seaside playground left untouched for just over a year. Antalya is steeped in history dating back to 150 BC, the Roman Gate, the Olympos Amphitheatre, and the once bustling marketplace areas. Usually a hot spot for tourists seeking culture, seaside adventure, and the odd bargain or two. But not today. Today, Antalya hosts World Archery's European Olympic qualification tournament. And what a place for it to happen. Beautiful day here in Antalya. Part of the European Championships, this continental qualification tournament. The penultimate chance to qualify for the Tokyo Olympics. And as you can see, temperatures are a balmy 26 degrees. But the breeze is part of the story here today. As you can see, the windsocks flying, looking fairly steady. Here's what's coming up first in this session. We're going to find out who is going to qualify for the 4 places available for the recurve women, going through the 4 quarterfinals into the semis and then the medal matches. But of course, it's those quarterfinals that are all important. Now let's take a look at the 8 athletes in the running still. As you can see, there's a couple of French archers in there, a couple of Spanish archers, and then, well, an all-Turkish third quarter-final. I'm Karim Bashir, and joining me for this very exciting day is former world #1, Nikki Hunt. The tension is pretty high, and that wind looks like it might well play a part today.
Yeah, that could really open things up. You know, massive pressure on today, these Olympic spots. So, yeah, let's see who can make them.
Absolutely. As you can see, the archers are already out for quarter-final #1.
On target #1, representing Spain, Canales. On target #2, representing France, Melanie Goville. The line judge of this match is Clemens Cesar.
Well, there we have it, the announcement of the archers for this first quarter-final. Canales of Spain on target #1. He's 19 years old and goes up against French archer Melanie Goville. And it will be Canales who will shoot first. World rankings exceptionally close. Canales world #27, Goville world #28. Now, let's keep things nice and simple, Nikki. Recurve discipline is the only archery discipline that goes to the Olympic Games. And effectively, the simplest way of putting this is, if you win a quarter-final, you book a quota place for your country. Is that right?
That's right, yes. It's up to the country to decide which archer goes, but it's best of 5 sets here to decide it.
So, Canales of Spain, been performing very well recently, will get us underway. Needs to be on the line, so gets a 9 to start with. Better sighter for Canales in the first arrow.
Yeah, some really good group in there. 2 high left arrows, just adjusting her sight there to get them into the 10. Both right for the French archer.
Well, that adjustment worked well for Canales. She's put this one out of reach and will get the first 2 set points here. Goville will be keen to keep improving on her score. Just outside the 10 ring, so into the 9, so 26 for Goville. What do you think of the start so far, Nikki?
Yeah, you know, they've come into this arena. They probably don't know exactly what the conditions are like. So they've got some hedges down this right-hand side, so that can change the conditions from the middle of the field that we can see behind where some archers are practicing there. So, you know, you just got to get into this match. That first end's out the way. We're into another set now, so you know, it's important just to push that reset button and get back into your game.
Yes, a reminder for all of those that just want a refresher on the scoring system. Each set of 3 arrows per archer is measured independently of the others. If you win a set, you get 2 set points. If you level with your opponent, you get 1 point each. If you lose, you get no points on the target.
It's best of 5, so if you reach 6, you've won. If they tie up at 5-all, then we're going to go to the shoot-off.
It's very early days here on this qualifying Friday. Very unusual for archery happening on a Friday, but this is part of the European Championships. We've got, well, the best part of 5 hours of live coverage here, because once we've been through the women's quarterfinals, we'll go straight into the men's quarterfinals. All 4 spots in each gender. 4 individual spots. The only athletes able to compete in this are athletes from countries that haven't already qualified in this discipline. It's time for set number 2. Well, that's gone wildly off to the left, drifting off to the right in the first set. Corrected a little bit for the final arrow, but Goebel's gone wide for a 6 there. Both going left there, Nikki.
Yeah, I think there might have been a change in the conditions. We can see these big feather flags behind the archers, giving us some indication of what's happening with the wind. Back into the middle, she really needed that. We're right near the coast here on Antalya, so you know the conditions can change quickly and they can change through the day as well. Literally there's a coastal wind, so it might start off in one direction and then change halfway through the day.
Canal is looking very strong here, very relaxed, even affording herself a smile. And see the back shoulder and elbow of Melanie Goebel.
Yeah, some real shaking there. There's so much pressure on these matches now. This is your chance to get to the games or not.
Beautiful stuff from Elia Canales. 9-10-9, another 28, and she's gone 4 set points up. She could do this in 9 hours. It is possible. Now, look, let's just talk about Olympic qualification. Here, obviously, Canales is winning the battle in terms of the score, but also controlling her emotions and even affording herself a little smile. Goebel struggling just a little bit. But the idea, the very simple idea here is that if you win your quarterfinal, you book your country a quota spot, 1 quota spot in the women's recurve in this situation. But it's a little bit more complicated than that.
That's right, yeah. You know, we've got a couple of countries of the same countries going through here. So if the same country wins 2 spots, so if Spain go through and win 2 spots, then we're going to go back to count back. So the score here is important. Melanie wants to get her points on the board, so she might be a best loser and still steal one of those places.
Yeah, more on that as this competition develops, but as Nikki Hunt said, we've got a couple of Spaniards, a couple of French archers, got 2 Turks who actually go up against each other in quarterfinal number 3, but only 1 place is available per country. So if the 2 Spaniards win, they still only get 1 spot. Goebel here up against it, 4 set points to 0 down as we go into set number 3. See the wind blowing around in the background there, and these arrows are flying all over the place, some going to the right, some going to the left. You have to think it is the wind that is playing its part here. Beautiful again from Canales, though. She has got control of her emotions and she's shooting beautifully.
I think you can see a huge difference. Look at the shaking here, the French archer, the nerves. You can see her getting to her shooting a better 9 there, but And Leah Canaz, she's just, look at her, she just looks so much more in control. She looks calm, relaxed, following her process. She certainly looks like the better archer at the moment. I think she knew that one had probably aimed a little left. You could see that front arm trying to pull over to the right, trying to move the arrow. Little smile, she knew she probably wasn't quite aiming in the right place.
Well, nice to know what the arrow is, but look at the tremble there. Oh, but it is in the 10, and that is exactly what Gobel needed. Now, Canales here needs a 10 to draw level. That won't be enough to put her over the winning line here. But anything less than a 10 and Gobel's back in this. It's into the 8, and so Gobel gets her first 2 set points. Telling Nikki well, it looked like, as you said, Canales knew what that second arrow was doing.
Yeah, I think she just probably got her aiming spot wrong. You could see the flags just going over to the right. Perhaps she aimed off too far left, and a bit of a smile, I aimed off too far and it went exactly where I aimed it probably. That can happen. She's just got to reset herself now, get back into the match again. But it's all to play for. If Melanie comes out and wins this next set, we're going to be all square at 4-all, so it's still wide open.
And that's the key thing, isn't it? Because, as you said, if we get to a situation where 2 athletes from the same country go through, and in the women's that can only be 2 athletes from Spain or France, go through to the semi-finals, we will go to this countback. The Olympic place is banked, that 4th Olympic place, and so the scoring here is so important for Gobel, and then she's got to be hoping to cheer on De Velasco in the final quarter-final if she wasn't to make it through, but of course she still could here.
Yeah, she's got to hope for the best score she can. She really wants to get 4 points on the board if she were to lose. I mean, it could go either way here. Let's see.
Well, time for set number 4. Can Melanie Gobel of France control those nerves? World number 28 at 23 years old still trails and will shoot first in the 4th. Very close. I think it might well go to a measure. It does look like it has been asterisked on the scoreboard. Looking a little bit more solid, but as you can see, our windsock, our digital windsock, showing that wind blowing all over the place, left and right.
Bit of a longer hold there, but it paid off, didn't it? Straight in the 10 again. She's looking much more confident now.
The look of determination on Melanie Gobel's face. Another long hold. Just pulling off to the left. So a 28 at the moment that could potentially get marked up to a 29. So a 10 required, whatever the case here. Canales, she's gone into the 9, so it's a 27. Nick will, of course, be measured. Gobel's first arrow, but she's levelled this match up at 4 set points each. Look, it's really difficult at the start of 4 hours of archery to overdo it, but this is for a place at Tokyo, not necessarily for these archers, but you've got to imagine France and Spain are looking at these 2 individuals as favourites potentially for the Olympic spot should they win it.
Yeah, you've got to impress your country here. You want to get through all the way through this tournament and win it. So, it's really important how you're performing to show your federation that you are the archer to take that place as well. Not only have you won it for the country, but you're the archer to take it. So they may well have their own selection processes still to come, but there's only 49 days to the Olympic Games. So some countries say to their athletes, go out there, if you win the spot, it's yours. So, anything could happen, and they've just got to deal with this pressure and do the best they can.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, there's a chance, depending on those national selection criteria, that the loser of this match could still be standing on the line in Tokyo. But the only way to be sure certainly to get your country's spot is to win this match. At 4 apiece, we go into the 5th, and we're back to Canales, who was getting some emotional support in the break, to shoot first.
9.
Very long hold here. And that's drifted out into the 7. Didn't look as comfortable on that hold as she has done in a couple of her previous longer holds.
Wow, a big arrow there. So right out in the fire, she looked so confident and happy. You know, I just wonder if that was the wind, or I couldn't see anything there. It was different about the shot. Oh, and again another one over to the left. So perhaps the conditions, both archers, I mean, one left-handed archer, one right-handed archer. So, you know, it might be the wind that's pushing the arrow over.
It's incredible that both of them went so far left, and a much faster shot from Goebel for a second arrow. Back in the middle for Canales, and that has put this one out of reach. But 2 curious arrows from the archers, 1 each. Goebel here, well, no chance of winning this match. Finishes with a 9 though, and it is Canales who has taken this one with a very low scoring 5th set. 24 points for her, and a 6-4 win for Canales of Spain. A curious match, Nikki, a curious match. Goebel absolutely in pieces, understandably. Her chance place at the Olympic Games all but gone, certainly for now.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? You know, every archer's dream is to get to the Olympics. You know, certainly recurve archers. You know, it means everything. It is the pinnacle of the sport. This just means so much to them. You can see the emotion pouring out because 49 days to go. You know, you're booking your country spot. May well be your spot. You know, it's a huge deal.
Yeah, contrasting emotions, but great to see the 2 athletes embrace. And you could see in Canales' face the true sympathy she felt for her opponent. It could easily have gone the other way. And it's Canales who's gone through 6-4 in the first quarterfinal, booking a spot, a quota place for the Spanish Archery Federation for Tokyo 2020. We take a look back here, Nikki. You talked about how calm she looked, good she looked. There was one spurious arrow that went off, but she knew that it was off, so she stayed in the groove, she stayed up with it, and then slightly fell apart.
Yeah, she just generally looked more comfortable, more confident in every shot, whereas Melanie, we could physically see the shaking, but, you know, even with that shaking, she was able to hit the middle. So I think conditions certainly played a part. As I say, we're very near the coast here. The wind can change. It's a tricky field to read. Lots of flags out there to watch. But yeah, overall, Canales was the one to take it.
Gracious in the end in victory, shaking the hand of Melanie Goebel, but can't contain emotions. I don't know what the Spanish Archery Federation selection criteria is, but that says to me Canales is going to Tokyo. Well, here we go. It's quarter-final number 2 here for the women, and it's Denisa Barankova of Slovakia against Lisa Barbelin of France. Another opportunity for the French to get a quota place.
On target number 1. Representing Slovakia, Denisa Barankova. On target number 2. Representing France, Lisa Barbelin. The line judge for this match is Katerina
Well, here we go.
First on target number 2, Lisa Barbarin.
Shooting first, it will be the world number 8, the 21-year-old French archer Lisa Barbarin, and she goes up against Slovakia's 19-year-old teenage sensation, who's just ranked down at 137 in the world, Denisa Barankova. Nikki, you have to say, as we go into set number 1, that Barbarin has to be the clear favourite here.
She does. I think if she doesn't win this match, then it would be a huge upset. I wonder what her emotions are knowing that her teammate just lost, and that opens the door potentially for her.
Certainly does. Barbarin looking solid, a sighter of an 8 there for her.
Nine. 10. Eight.
Barankova going high with both her arrows. Barbarin has got back into the 10s and can put this out of reach with another 10.
Big flinch there.
Recovered from it though, didn't she? A 27 and a high 5 there, but yeah, like you say, Nikki, a massive flinch, but chance here for an equal point. Well, look, it's another 9, and it is the set points to Barbarin, but the grouping from the Slovakian, not too bad.
Yeah, she did well there, so it's going to be interesting. Like we said, this is a set system, so we're going to start again with the next set. It's all open to play, but huge flinch there from Lisa Barbarin. So what happened there was her brain kind of thought she was about to let go, and then realised, oh, we weren't ready yet, and then she managed to just carry on with the shot. You know, these archers got 20 seconds to shoot these arrows. She wouldn't have had time to come down, reset, and shoot that shot again, so she did really well just to reset herself and shot a great shot with it.
Man, very happy, and look at the relief on her face. Incredible. Are you saying not ready? What, the clicker hadn't gone? Or
yeah, she might have felt, because as the arrow tip comes down the clicker, you can sometimes feel the pressure if you go forward slightly, and that can give you an indication that something's happened, some feedback through your fingers on the string. But yeah, she just managed to power on through and get that shot away.
Well, sometimes adversity and coming through it like that breeds confidence. Barbarin 2 set points to 0 up, having seen her teammate Goebel go out in the first quarter-final. Barankova back on the shooting line and into the 8 again. Everything going left for the Slovakian. Get a good view of the clicker there at the end, just by the tip of the arrow. It'll pop and then she releases.
8.
So yeah, I mean, it's a draw length indicator, the clicker, so they know how far to draw. So if they draw extra far, then the arrow would have more power, perhaps go higher. But also it's a bit of a subconscious indicator to release, so we don't think about releasing the arrow. The archer's thinking about pushing and pulling, this lovely back tension through the back, and subconsciously that click happens and the fingers relax, but the power continues through the back.
That second arrow marked as a 9 for a measure, but it looked on the line to me. Beautiful arrow from Barankova. She was just had a little telltale sign of dipping her head there, and I think the coach has got involved in that one and got her back onto thinking more positively, and she's put it into the 10. Very solid shot by the looks of things as well.
9.
So just like that, the set points are the score in the set is level, 26 apiece, so 1 set point apiece, and that will put Barankova on the scoreboard. How telling was that? The second arrow shot by Barankova, she shook her head and her head went down, physically went down. She came back out for the third. We didn't see exactly what the coach and her was saying, but she came out for the third and shot a great shot.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that encouragement from the coach behind you. You know, they can be really important in your box, just to, you know, give you that bit of advice, something to think about. And, you know, she's certainly got it right on that third final arrow of the X.
And how important is it to get on the scoreboard?
Really, really important. Like we say, if there are some duplicates going through to the final 4 here, then there'll be a count back. So it is important what you score as a loser here as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. So Barankova still trailing by 2 set points, but on the scoreboard and shooting first in the 3rd set. She's found the middle here. She looks like she's back in form.
So there must have been an upgrade on that arrow from Lisa there. We see 4-0. That arrow is upgraded, which gave her 27 set points. She's 4 up now.
Good spot there.
It's a 9.
Barbara just down to the left, but gets into the 9. So you get a feeling that there's a little bit more confidence in Barankova. She's just let loose the 19-year-old. Nothing to lose.
8.
Opportunity here. A 9, and she gets the set points. Oh, she's looking dangerous now.
Yeah, that really puts her back in the game, doesn't it? 29, you know, showing what she can do, get some points on the scoreboard. That's really, really important for her.
9.
So 26 for Barbara. Really important, Nikki pointed out that we thought it was 3-1 coming out of the second. Review of the scores actually gave that second set to Barbara to go 4-0 up, but very confident shooting now from Barankova. Could she steal this one? It would be a surprise, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the set system, so it's all to play for. I mean, sometimes when you're 4-0 down, you've got nothing to lose. You know, go out there, shoot your best. She came out with the 29, so what a response. And if she can just continue with that now, we've really got a match on our hands.
Yeah, let's not forget that Barankova is the world number 137. A 19-year-old will come into this European Championships and Continental Qualification Tournament not necessarily expecting to book a place at the Olympic Games. But she is certainly in with a shout here. 4 set points to 2 to Barbara, the French archer on target number 2. Still the favourite to book a quota spot for France at the Tokyo Games. So it will be Denisa Barankova of Slovakia to shoot first.
As soon as she shot that, she just didn't look happy with it. Into the 6 it was, but she's got to hope that it's not going to be too hard to come back.
Yeah, this is a big issue. One arrow like that really can let the set get away, and when it's your first arrow, it's a hard fight back.
8.
Let's pull it over to the left that time.
Really confident arrow there, nice timing. She pulled through that clicker really smoothly, much more confident.
Yeah, and it's really put some serious pressure on Barankova. She needs a great shot here. She gets a 9, the best of the match, but a 23, as you can see, means Barbara needs a 6, not to just to win, but to book France a quota spot at the Olympic Games.
6 to win.
Oh, just gets a 7. It's enough. She jumps up in the air with glee. A 25 puts her over the line, takes the match. This quarterfinal, 6 points to 2. She's booked the quota spot for France, having seen her teammate Melanie Gobil fail at the first opportunity in the first quarterfinal. Barbara is through for France to the semi-finals. Crucially booked the place at the Olympic Games. And Nikki, is Barbalan going to Tokyo?
Huge emotion. You can only assume that that place could be hers. As we've said, they're winning these spots for their country, but at this late stage, 49 days to go, most countries are likely to send the person that wins that spot, and you can just see how overwhelmed she was by winning that, knowing that as her teammate sadly lost in her first match. There's no double duplicate here for France. They've won that spot now, and that could well be hers.
Looks that way, and I think you may well be right, because had both of them won, they would have faced each other in the semi-finals, and that would have been a shoot-off for the French team at the Olympic Games. But look at the, mixture of composure, solidity, consistency, but also that few moments of emotion and release of joy that she got away with a sneaky one early on, and then letting it all go at the end.
Yeah, that big flinch in that first end, but credit to her, she's powered on through, stayed positive, stuck with her shot, stuck with that confidence, and enough to take that quota spot.
After such a long journey, in particular for this Olympic Games, seeing that emotion, the qualification for the Olympic Games, and how much it means to each of these athletes, that's what today is all about. Absolutely phenomenal. It isn't the last chance. There is a final qualifier in a couple of weeks' time in Paris as part of the third stage of the Hyundai Archery World Cup, and so it's not all lost here today, but you can certainly see the joy and emotion of winning and making it through to the games. So that's halfway through the women's Olympic qualification. So far so good, fairly simple. We've seen Elia Canales go through for Spain and book a quota spot for Spain. We think the reaction suggests that Canales will indeed take that spot. And we've seen Lisa Barbalan go through the second and book a quota spot for France in the recurve women's tournament. And as you can see, the wind is, it's fairly gusty. It's not a consistent wind. It's played its part already in a week where lightning has stopped play here on the turquoise coast in Turkey. Today it's the wind that's playing its part. Look, I know luck tends to balance itself out over a season or an Olympic cycle, but what a day to have the wind so gusty. One of the last chances to qualify for the Olympics. Yeah,
this field is notorious for changing conditions, and like I say, we're not far from the coast at all. The wind can be in one direction in the morning, a different direction in the afternoon. It swirls, it moves around, so it's really key. But these two archers here know this field very well, and they'll know what factors to look out for, which flags are going to be important to them.
They certainly do. It is time for quarterfinal number 3, and it's an all Turkish lineup.
On target number 1, representing Turkey, Gülnaz Koşkun. On target number 2, representing Turkey, Yasemin Anagos. The line judge of this match is Shaba Paul. Target 1 shoots first.
Yasa başarılar.
So here we go. Target number 1 sees Gülnaz Koşkun of Turkey, 21 years old, ranked 34th in the world. She'll shoot first, and she's up against a higher ranked teammate on number 15, Yasemin Anagos, who's just a year older at 22. What I can tell you about this is not only do we know that Turkey will have definitely confirmed a place, because these two will face each other and one of them will go through to the semi-finals. We have been told that this is a straight shoot-off for that Olympic berth, and it will be Gülnaz Koşkun who will shoot first.
6.
Solda 6. Biraz al. Senden mi?
Perhaps a little quick from Koskan in the first arrow.
Yeah, she just didn't look too happy, too confident with that, did she? So she's just got to settle down here and, you know, fight those nerves. Of course you're going to be nervous. This is the pinnacle of archery, the place where you want to get to, the Olympic Games. So, you know, it's natural to be nervous.
Quick shooting from Yasmin Anagosh.
10.
I haven't had the best tournament here in Antalya on home soil. And let's not forget, we can't really judge these athletes. We've only really seen them over the last 6 to 8 weeks after the 14-15 month hiatus. A good finish from Koskan, but a 23 surely isn't enough for her to take any points in this set. Oh, well, finishes with a 6 from Anagosh, but gets to 24, just enough to steal the set points. Not overly convincing from either archer.
No, it's not going to help your confidence. A 6 there as your last arrow either, so she didn't need that. She wanted to keep the confidence up, keep them in the middle. It's going to just cast a little doubt in her mind maybe of how she's shooting right now, but you know, lots of deep breaths from both of them, just trying to calm those nerves, just shoot them, you know, the way that they do normally.
Yeah, contrasting from Gulnaz Koskan, who shot a 10 to finish, a very solid arrow, her final arrow. But didn't get the set points. Just narrowly missed out on the set points.
You can see the archers chatting away there with the coaches. You know, the coach behind you is really important. What you're talking about now, you know, that can really affect your performance. So, you know, hopefully they've worked with these coaches a lot, the two of them. Sometimes it's interesting when a team comes out against each other, you might not get the coach that you normally work with. You know,
I was just about to say that, but here it's so important because Turkey have said, you have to win this now. It's between the two of you. Whoever wins it is going to the Olympics.
Yeah, so you can see that coach on the left there has got probably a notepad or something there, probably just noting down where the arrows are falling as well. So that's good information they can give back to the archer. They can't always see exactly where the arrows are going, so they often the coach behind will plot them and give them an idea of the general, you know, group is going high or slightly low left or whatever. So just to give them that help as well.
Yeah, shooting 70 metres, I tell you, I struggle to see the arrows down in the target face. And the archers are thinking about all sorts of other things, including, you know, what they might have on the in-flight meal to Tokyo. I imagine trying to see where the arrows pattern is going to be difficult. Koskan trailing, goes high into the 8 ring there. Anagosh looking, well, she's certainly putting a good mask on here. She looks relatively relaxed.
You can see her Olympic rings on her forearm there.
9.
Many archers do that once they've attended Olympics. That badge of honour tattooed onto them.
Yeah, just 22. To already have one in the bag, it's not bad.
9.
Longer hold, see a little bit of movement of the bow.
9.
Probably good enough to keep it in the gold.
Koskan needs a good arrow here. I'd almost suggest a 10 is going to be the bare minimum she's going to require to put Anagosh under pressure.
7.
That is not what she was looking for. A 24 to finish, so it's a really massive opportunity now for Anagosh. Just composing herself there before a setup.
Yeah, she was really taking a bit of time. Sometimes archers let the clock run down, puts a bit of pressure on them to shoot the arrow.
26 is enough. A better final arrow from Anagosh. Scores not startling, you have to say, but more importantly, Anagosh, well, certainly from her side of the shooting line, is 4 set points to 0 up. I'm still not 100% convinced by her at the moment. World number 15 is usually a little bit more composed and shoots some higher scores. But something special about this match, isn't there?
There's so much on the line here. You know, this is your Olympic quota spot that, you know, that doesn't really get more pressure than this. And I just wonder how many times these two archers have shot against each other, how well they know each other. You know, they probably know who really is the better archer between the two of them, and who's on form right now. They probably know how they've shot, you know, through the last few weeks together, and you know, that's an interesting dynamic as well. And you've got to put all of that out of your mind. You've just got to focus on yourself here, be in the present, be in this arrow that you're shooting right now. You know, the sets that have gone before don't matter. You know, it's 4-0, but anything can happen. You can come back. You can come back and win. So, you know, this set is vital.
Certainly is. Yasmin Anagosh, 4 set points to 0 up here in quarterfinal number 3 of this continental qualification tournament. It's an all-Turkish affair, and again it'll be Gulnaz Koskun who will shoot first.
Devamlı gelsin sağ taraf.
10 X.
There was a huge deep breath of composure, and it definitely worked. Another long hold. Slight movement just before the shot went. I wonder if that's why. Just pushed it out into the 8.
Gelsin sağ taraf.
You can see the clicker there, the blade at the end, the bright red plastic on the clicker.
9 soldan.
9.
Much better. Really keeping herself in the match now. She's got to get some points on the board. You know, she doesn't want to lose 6 now.
10.
Good recovery arrow there from Anagosh.
Ortaya bakabilirsin. Güçlü gelsin sağ taraf. 9.
9.
So Anagosh needs a 10 here to draw level on the points here in this set.
Tie the set. It's a
Gone
8.
high and into the 8,
26
so a
points for
26
Yasmin
again
and
from
28
Anagosh, up against a
Koskun.
28 from Koskun, and Koskun is on the board 4-2. Isn't it interesting that every quarterfinal, one of the archers has gone 4-0 up, and then the other archer has pegged them back in both of the quarterfinals we've had already.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can get to 4-0, and I think that archer then can just see the finish line almost, and sometimes that's, you know, detrimental obviously, but you know, it's really important the archer stays in the present. They're not thinking about the future, not thinking about winning the match or what's going to happen next. They've just got to stay with that moment they're in. So yeah, we quite often see 4-0 up and then they lose the next one, but also I suppose it's a law of averages. How many can you win in a row?
Yeah, it's interesting that we haven't seen that level of consistency. Interesting, not surprising, because of the pressure, the added pressure of this particular tournament. And as I said, it's tied in with the European Championships, and Turkey really haven't done that well in that competition. More of that coming later on this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, as always. But today is all about qualification for the Tokyo Olympic Games, and Gulnaz Koskun has got herself back into this match against her teammate.
Temiz bitir. 9 aşağıda.
9.
Really quick shooting from Yasmin, so that can sometimes put the pressure back on the opponent as well, because you only get 20 seconds per arrow, so if you shoot very quickly, you know, your opponent then has to shoot again without much of a rest.
Yüksek gelsin. Bu da aşağıda.
9.
9.
Side grouping from Koskun.
8.
So all square. Deep breath from Koskun. She wants the 10 to put all the pressure on Anagosh. A 9, a 27, and actually that is more than Anagosh has scored in any of the previous sets. But a 10 here will not only take her to the win in this match, but it will also book her a place on the shooting line in Tokyo. Oh, she's got over into the 8 by the looks of things. It's going for a measure. This is a critical measure as well. At the moment, the points for that set go to Koskan, but if that 8 is marked up to a 9, we'll all be square on points in this set, and it will be 5-3 rather than 4-4.
That's right, yeah, that last arrow, I think you just see a little bit of what I'd call a little bit of soft arrow, so instead of keeping the pressure on and seeing that beautiful follow through, there's that slight movement again where the arm sort of went inward almost, so that sort of pushed it over to the right. You might be able to see it on the replay. It's going to be crucial to see what it is.
Brunat Koskun is still in the run and has to win the next set to force Yasemin Anagos to a shoot-off. A tight score in the next set is enough for Yasemin to win the match.
So it sounds from the stadium announcer that the points were shared and Anagos's arrow was marked up. So if when we get the score caption back up, we'll see 5-3. It does mean Anagos just has to match Koskan in this 5th set.
Nine.
Wow, it was a good start from Koskan, but Anagos again shooting very quickly, Nikki.
Yeah, I think those faster shots are much better. She's feeling more confident, and resulting in better 9s and 10s for her. Longer hold. You just see the pressure. Still kept it in the gold though, that was really important. She had to keep the pressure there.
Bit of a longer hold this time from Anagos. Another 10. I wonder what's going through Gomez Koskan's mind here. Got to keep her composure and put some pressure on with another 10.
Long hold, but wow, straight in the 10. What, you know, she couldn't have asked for more. That was exactly what she needed, but felt the pressure all the way through.
Well, an 8 to draw level on points and take the win. She gets a 9. Yasemin Anagos has taken this 5th set, 29 points to 28. It was her best shooting of the entire match, winning it 7-3, but more importantly, booking her place at the Tokyo Olympic Games. It will be her 2nd Olympic Games, having competed in Rio in 2016 at the age of just 17 years old. Finishing 17th, Anagos has got a chance to go to Tokyo and do a little bit better. Great performance from her in the end. It wasn't convincing at the beginning, but she made it across the line.
It's just such high pressure here. You know, this really is the pinnacle of the sport. To get to those games, it means everything to these archers. So the pressure and the stakes could not be higher. I think that's why we're seeing some scores that are not so good, but also the win factor as well here. Turkey, always breezy and a difficult field to shoot on. So, you know, she did enough to come away with the win.
She certainly did, and as we understand it, the Turkish Federation said that was the straight shoot-off for the women's spot. Of course, Paris coming up in a couple of weeks' time is the final opportunity for teams to qualify for the Olympic Games, and Turkey yet to qualify a women's team, surprisingly given their recent form. And when I say recent, I of course mean pre-pandemic. They've come back out, and here on home soil haven't really performed up to the standards we're used to, but they're certainly going to have one female archer in the games in Tokyo in just a little under 50 days time. So we've kept things fairly simple here in terms of Olympic qualification. First quarterfinal won by Elia Canales and takes a spot for Spain. Second one won by Lisa Barbalan, taking a spot for France. And the third quarterfinal was between 2 Turkish archers, and so Turkey have booked a spot. Let's find out who is going to get the 4th spot as we see Di Velasco of Spain going up against Nurmsalu of Estonia.
On target number 1. Representing Spain, Ines de Velasco. On target number 2. Representing Estonia, Laura Nurmsalu. The line judge for this match is Cristina Tiflidou.
Well, big match up here again. It is
First on target
Ines
number 1.
de Velasco, who is 19 years old in the world at number 49, climbing up the rankings at the moment, and she's from Spain against the Estonian world number 85, Laura Nurmsalu, who is 27 years old. Spain have already booked a place in Tokyo through Canales winning the first quarter-final. Should this young lady here, Ines de Velasco, win, we will have a count-back situation here, looking for the best of the losing quarter-finalists. De Velasco starting with a 9. I've got to admit, I've not seen Nurmsalu shooting before, but she looks very solid and very steady.
Yeah, one of the older competitors in this final 8 here, 27 years old, so be interesting to see experience or youth.
8. Nine.
Making a sight adjustment. A little bit to the left.
Tightest start of all the 4 quarterfinals here as well. Wow, very important here. Can Nurmsalu match or better a 9? Dropped it into the 8. So first set points go to De Velasco. Can you see any? Has anyone got a little advantage here, would you guess?
I mean, they both look fairly calm, don't they? Fairly confident. So it's going to be interesting to see. Fairly tight on that first set. So, like we said, the conditions can change. You've got to keep looking at those flags, see what's happening with the wind. They're both making sight adjustments there as we went through that first set.
The result has been confirmed.
What about pressure here in terms of Ines de Velasco? On the one hand, Spain have already qualified a place through Canales' win. On the other hand, if De Velasco wants to have a chance of going to the Olympic Games, maybe the Spanish Federation have also already said it's whoever does better in this tournament.
Absolutely. So, you know, yes, Spain have definitely got a place, but whose place that is still up for grabs. So, you know, she wants to do really well. She wants to come through and go on to win the tournament to make sure that space is hers. So it is really crucial for her too.
Critical moments here still on this Olympic qualification day. Estonia's Laura Nurmsalu, trailing by 2 set points, will shoot first in set number 2.
Eight.
Igual que antes. El anclaje duro. Y ahora busca la fluidez del disparo hasta que llegue a la flecha bien. 5, 4.
Really long hold. You can hear the coach counting her down. Only got 20 seconds to shoot the arrow.
No te voy a decir porque o toca un poquito izquierda o te apoya un poquito derecha más, ¿vale?
Quick arrow response, so she's not going to have a lot of time to recover. I mean, I talk about recovery and people might think that's silly, but these archers are probably pulling 40, 45 pounds in their fingers. You know, it's very much a skill sport, so making sure you've got, you know, good fresh blood in your arms and you've got that good feeling and sensation is really key.
Yeah, you can Gets their arm shaking there, but gets a 9.
¿Dónde está apuntando ahora? ¿Cuánto? 9-8, pues apunta un pelín más, ¿vale? Porque como sigue en el 9 izquierda, apunta un poquito más, ¿vale?
And you add to that, Nikki, the pressure of this competition as well, you know, and the addition of this extra day of competing for the recurve archers. And not like any other tournament, this qualifier.
Ahora solo mantén la intensidad. 5. 8 izquierda, buena.
Well, she pulled that over to the left, but even if Namsalu's second arrow gets marked up, that is enough for Di Velasco to take the points in this set.
That's right, yeah, it's a clear enough margin there, so I think we're going to be 4-0 up for Spain.
Yep, big opportunity now for Di Velasco to see this out in 3 more arrows. In the third set, you can do this in 3 sets if you win all 3.
Absolutely critical though that Laura gets points on the board, because you know if Spain do win this spot, we're definitely going to go to count back. She's got to get some points on the board, otherwise she's going to have no chance here at all. No one else has lost with 0 on the board, so she's got to win some set points to have a chance even in that count back to still take a place.
Yeah, you're right. And looking at things here, if she can get back into the match and can get some points, it is going to be a straight shoot down between or count back between her and Barankova.
Yeah, that's right. And Barankova's only got 2 set points, so you know it's critical what happens here. You know, she's got to get on the board. Can she get 2? Can she get 4? Or you know, are we going to go down to either further measures, which I think is perhaps raw score?
Yeah, very interesting moments here. Even if she loses this set, or getting some set points is critical for Namsalu. The chance of an Olympic qualification is there. How much do you think she knows that?
Oh, massively. You know, she's in this quota tournament knowing she's fighting for that spot. You know, you've got to try and stay in the present, but you can't think of anything else. The wind really hitting the Spanish archer here, holding all the way through it.
Didn't look happy. Opportunity abounds here for Laura Namsalu. 2 set points will start making a bit of a difference here. Just what the doctor ordered.
Igual que antes, ¿eh? Noto el anclaje duro. Y ahora la cara relajada hasta que llegue a la flecha.
Hear the coach talking her through the shot all the way.
4, 3.
Now counting her down.
Muy bien.
9.
Si está apuntando a derecha, pues lo apunta al centro, ¿vale?
Well, 10 puts this out of reach and will give Namsalu some points on the board. A 9 can be matched by Di Velasco with a 10, but Namsalu will definitely be in this match in the next set. She's going to keep it going. Is she going to get the 2 points that she craves? She is indeed a 26 plays 27, and there we have great fight back from Namsalu.
At the moment, 27, 26
Just what she needed.
Absolutely, you know, she had to get back into this match. We've talked about how critical it is. Even if she loses, she's got to get points on the board, because Spain going through 2 archers into the last 4 means we're going to go to count back. So, you know, the more points she can get here, the better chance she has of making it. I mean, she still could win the match from here. Anything can happen. That's the beauty of the set system. She could go all the way and make it into the final 4 herself.
She certainly could. She's got herself on the board here.
As Laura Namsalu is still training in the set, she will start shooting on
26 is that she has got her first 2 set points, trailing still by 2 set points to Ines Di Velasco. So it will be Laura Namsalu to shoot first in set number 4. to the right. Not quite what she was looking for.
Anclaje duro. Muy bien. Y ahora solo la intensidad hasta que llegue allí la flecha, ¿eh? 5, 4, 3, 2.
Another long hold. You could just see the arrow on the end of the clicker as she was holding there. Coach counting her down, letting her know how much time left. Only 20 seconds to shoot.
Aunque te esté moviendo el viento, sigue la intensidad hacia donde mira. Da lo mismo. No te pongas cuidados, ¿eh? Venga.
Oh, that's going up into the right, and I think it hit the first arrow as well.
Yeah, she needs to bring those in.
Muy bien. Y ahora solo la intensidad.
The tip of the arrow on that clicker. Much
Ya,
better.
qué buena.
Into the X.
Qué buena, todo el medio.
Wow, that's gone way out to the left, and I think that will be all over for Nurmsalo. A 5 required for the win here.
Muy bien. Ahora solo sigue, mira. 5, 4, 3.
And it's another 10, a solid finish from Ines Di Velasco. Another 27 for her, but just to 21 for Laura Nurmsalo, losing the match 6 set points to 2. I should say Ines Di Velasco winning it 6 set points to 2 against Laura Nurmsalo, and that means that we have 2 Spaniards into the semi-finals here. Very, very interesting setup now, because each country can only win 1 quota spot. We've already seen Canales go through in quarter-final number 1, so even though Di Velasco is through, she's not going to get an extra place for the Spanish team, and we will go back to the countback. Knowing that we've already got a French and a Turkish archer in, means it comes down to Denisa Barankova and Laura Nurmsalo. And my very basic mental arithmetics tells me that it's looking likely that the Slovakian has edged this on the countback.
Yeah, I believe we're going to go to raw score, so we'll just have to double check and look into that to see who's going to take that place. But it's really important for the Spanish archer there, because did you see she was happy, obviously, but we didn't see the wild emotion that we've seen from others, because she did exactly what she needed to do. She's won a match, but she's got to maintain her composure now, because she's got to go through this tournament and still be better than her compatriot. So that's really, really important. So it's going to be really interesting to see which of these 2 Spanish archers can go furthest. This may well or may not be the selection for that.
Yeah,
space,
we just don't know, do we? It's so curious for us, even, because we don't know what the Spaniards have chosen. But what we do know is that they've got 2 into the semi-finals of this Olympic qualification tournament, which in a strange way will continue now, even though we actually know the quota places are there for Spain, for France and for Turkey, with straight wins in the quarter-final. We think on countback it is going to be Denisa Barankova, who's picked up a spot for Slovakia, and I think the 19-year-old is almost certain to be going. And it looks like we are getting at least tentative confirmation from the powers that be that it will be Barankova who picks up the 4th women's spot. So Spain, France, Turkey and Slovakia have taken the 4 women's spots here at this continental qualifier. It's sort of settled down a little bit, but very, very interesting situation here that we've already got qualification finished and done now, but we are going to carry on through this tournament.
Well, yeah, it's really important now for Spain. They might use this as part of their selection criteria. So for those 2 archers, it's going to be critical for them to show their federations, they are the best of these 2 archers. It really, really could be down to this. We're 49 days away from the games. So it's important, most countries don't have time to run another selection process at this point. They've probably done all that beginning of year coming into these internationals. So it's critical. Who's going to win out of those 2 Spanish archers?
Yep, it certainly is. The story isn't quite over yet. We've seen Canales go through against Gobel, top of the order. Barankova lost out to Barbalan, but we think she's going to the games, and so we will have our first semi-final between Elia Canales of Spain and Lisa Barbalan of France.
On target number 1, representing Spain, Elia Canales. On target number 2, representing France, Lisa Barbalan. The line judge for this match is Clement Cesar. Shooting first on target number 1, Elia Canales.
Well, here we go. Canales versus Barbalan for a place in the final of this continental qualification tournament. There's a little bit of a different air on the shooting line here. On the left-hand side, the closest side as we look at it, Barbalan looking very relaxed, very jovial, very confident. It looks to me like she is definitely going to the Olympic Games. And whilst we saw Elia Canales jumping up and down and showing emotion after winning her quarter-final, I don't think her place is fully booked yet as a result of her teammate also making it through to the other semi-final. It will be Canales to shoot first.
Eight.
Well, there you go, straight off the mark, and Barbalan's confidence riding high.
Big steerage, so you probably again knew she was aiming too far left, tried to move her arm over to the right to pull the arrow across, but just not enough and couldn't really move it.
9.
Height is right, just a little off to the right though, and into the 9. But it looks like Barbalan has got this one sorted. Have to say, Canales' arrows are very well grouped. Just needs to push them all over to the right and the score will be much higher. But look at that grouping and look at the vertical alignment of those arrows. They're all on the same line. Look at how relaxed she is. It is a beautiful thing to see when someone has qualified for the Olympic Games, releasing the shackles, so to say, and leading by 2 set points to 0.
Yeah, just so happy, isn't she? You know, she knows that spot's been won. There's no pressure for her here. She's come out though determined. You see the pace that she got to the line on that first set. She was here to mean business, and she wants to win the tournament. You know, she's on a roll, so it's good to see, and a fantastic start.
Yeah, brilliant start. And look over to the other side of the shooting line, and well, it's a different story entirely, given the fact that we saw Canales come jumping and bounding off the win in the quarterfinals. You know, even we said that looks like she's going to the Olympic Games, but I'm not quite so sure it does. You look at that, and she's having fun.
Yeah, and you can shoot your best arrows when you are having fun, and that pressure's subsided, and you can just go out there and do your normal thing.
Look straight up to the line again, even though she's shooting second. Barbalan is, well, massively up for this huge game for her. Canales needs to fight back straight away, shoots first in the second set. So, made the adjustments.
9.
Still very good and in the gold for Barbalan.
9.
She brought them over. Last time they were all left, weren't they? She didn't shoot badly. They were just all left and she couldn't move them. Now getting more central.
8.
Interesting that both archers have shifted to the right this end. Perhaps the wind is playing a factor.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think probably a little adjustment from Canales as well as the addition of the wind moving across. She's actually pulled that one back into the group from the first set. So a 27 means a 10 from Barbalan to share the points here is required. Oh, she is absolutely. I mean, you make your own luck in sport for sure. But she's certainly riding the crest of the wave here today.
Yeah, she's determined. You know, she could have come back and just be, you know, I've got the spot now, I'll just chill, and, you know, it doesn't mean anything. I've come here and done what I needed to do. But she is here to win, isn't she? The determination on her face. You know, she's in the groove, she's shooting well, she's happy. You know, it's going to be some of the best shots she's done.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to watch, isn't it? I mean, we talked in the quarter-final that she had a massive flinch, and I think she still got away with a 9 in that one. Here, when the pressure's on and she's just pulling left and she's dropped her lowest score the previous arrow into an 8, she then requires the 10 to draw the set and just bangs it in there. The way that she's shooting, it's quite phenomenal to see, and she potentially, if she comes out in Tokyo on this kind of form, I think even the Koreans might look up. So Elia Canales still trailing by 2 set points, but off the mark in terms of the score. Will shoot first in the 3rd set.
9. 10.
Really is phenomenal to watch someone who is just on fire, in form.
7.
Canales really has come up against a tough opponent in this semi-final.
9.
Yeah, it's really important she gets back on form. You know, she's got to get as many points as she can here. You know, both Spaniards lose in this round. Perhaps it might go down to that, or I guess the bronze. But you've got to have that confidence going into these final rounds.
9.
Massive opportunity
7
here.
to win the set. It's an
And
8.
taken. A 27 in the end.
5-1 lead, unofficially for
But
Lisa
I've
Barbalan
got to say that Barbalan is
27-25.
looking
Set.
very, very game for this one, and
So
now
interesting that
finds
it has
herself in a
2
position where she
left-handed
only needs
archers
to
on
draw
the
level
field
with
for
Canales,
final.
who
Doesn't happen so
she's had a roller coaster of emotions here, hasn't she? Up and down. I mean, it couldn't have been a worse setup for her, really, having been on that massive high, having won the quarterfinals, then seeing her teammate come through in the other quarterfinals. Completely opposite happened for Barbalan, who saw her teammate Gobel go out. That's almost certainly, as far as we're concerned, booked her place at the Olympic Games. So Canales having to prove herself because her teammate's still in there, up against someone who has nothing to prove and is shooting for fun.
Yeah, she had a massive release, didn't she, when she won that first quarter-final. Huge release of emotion that I'd won a spot, and then to watch a teammate also win a spot. Oh, hang on here, I've got to reset, I've got to get back into this, I've got to get myself back where I was before. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, can she pull it out of the bag?
Can she indeed? Trailing as she does, Elia Canales will shoot first in the 4th set.
Muy bien. Muy buena, Elia.
9.
Casi 10 arriba izquierda, muy buena.
9.
Vamos holding un poquito más largo y el resto todo
Well,
igual,
that's all she needs to do. Barbalan just match Canales, and she's got the match, and she'll be into the final.
¿Ves?
10.
Eso es. La flecha la has tirado muy bien y la anterior también.
9.
Venga, igual que antes, un holding un poquito más largo. Muy bien.
9.
10 would have put it out of reach. 9 gives her 27. Sorry, 28. So opportunity here for Barbara to finish this one off.
10 to win.
Ah,
It's a 10.
10 required for the win, and guess what she's got? She got the 10 again when needing to draw level on points with a maximum. Second time of asking, Barbara has done it again. A brilliant performance from her, absolutely flying high.
So determined, wasn't she? Coming into this match, you know, straight to the shooting line, looking down at that gold, ready to, you know, win. Yeah, she's on fire now. She's won her spot, we think, certainly for France. And yeah, she's going to go all the way to the Olympics like this now. 49 days to go, and she's on form.
She certainly is. Barbara of France into the final here in this continental quota tournament, and we find out who she's going to face. The pressure here was immense, and you got to ask a question: did the celebrations of Elia Canales after her quarter-final win, was that jumping the gun in terms of celebration? And then it's incredibly difficult to recover emotionally if it's kind of, as far as you're concerned, snatched away from you.
Yeah, that is the way it's playing out for us. You won a spot, and then, hang on a minute, so's my teammate. So now we've got a fight on our hands again. So having thought you've won something, to then have it maybe taken away from you, you've still got to get back into it to win it. I mean, a 7-1 loss, that might not be enough. So the scenarios here are the next Spaniard athlete might lose also, and then, you know, it all depends on what Spain decide to do as part of their selection criteria. Are they going to only take this tournament? Are they going to look at the set points in this tournament, or are they going to look at other selection procedures that they've already done? So we're not sure, we don't know, but obviously huge emotions.
Yeah, massive emotions. I think I'm just going to go with it's going to be an all Spanish bronze medal match, and that will be the Spanish qualifier for the Olympic Games. We shall find out, but first let's see who Lisa Barbelin is going to face in the final here in Antalya.
On target number 1. Representing Turkey, Yasemin Anagos. On target number 2. Representing Spain, Inés de Velasco. The line judge for this match is Katerina Konjalova.
Well, there we have it. Yasemin Anagos of Turkey, the world number 15, up against Inés de Velasco, the world number 49. Winner will go on to face Lisa Barbelin of France. Loser will take on Elia Canales of Spain. Anagos has got to be the clear favourite here. Very quick shooting, and look at that, a 10 straight off the mark from her. Quick shooting worked well for her in the quarterfinals. I wonder if we're going to see the same here in the semi-finals. Long hold, but a 10 out of that. Nikki, I wonder if we're going to see Anagos shooting fast again and putting that pressure on, as you say.
She may well do. It doesn't leave much time then to recover. You know, you only get 20 seconds to shoot your arrow. You've got to load up, compose yourself, get the blood back into your arms. So it can make a difference.
Well, nothing between the two at the moment. Great grouping from Anagos. Opportunity though here for De Velasco. Can she snatch the early lead here with a 10? Well, all square between the two of them, and you could see the shaking in the arms of Ines de Velasco. The quick shooting, perhaps, of Ana Gosh, forcing her into that stress position.
Potentially, but also the pressure. You know, if she can win this, that might be enough for her to take the place for Spain. So just so much on the line here for the Spanish archer particularly.
Yeah, it certainly is. Conversely, Ana Gosh's got nothing to lose here. Perhaps an opportunity to get a shiny gold medal on home soil. And Turkey overall haven't really performed here in Antalya. But the opportunity that abounds this young lady here is incredible. Mixed fortune we've seen through this. You know, in some cases you can turn around and say, well, pretty simple. Spain, France and Turkey booked places by winning their quarterfinals. But actually that little twist at the end of not knowing who the Spanish team are going to select, the count back looking like it's going to give Denisa Barankova of Slovakia a qualification spot. You can't take your eyes off this one. Ana Gosh, level with De Velasco. The Turkish archer will shoot first in the second set. Another long hold, and that looks like it's gone into the 8. It is marked for a measure, but I think that's probably not quite touching the line. And look at the speed, look at the consistency, and just look at the pressure that is putting on De Velasco. The speed of Ana Gosh's second arrow really is telling.
Straight back in there though, exactly what she needed. You know, that arrow, that 8 might be moved up to a 9, so she's put the pressure back on.
Well, perfect. We'll obviously put this out of reach. Just into the 9. So 28 in the first set, a 29 in the second. Ana Gosh is in the middle. Nothing short of a 10 here will do. Look at that forearm shaking. That is the result. A 6 there, but you could see she was clinging on to that.
Yeah, that shaking in the forearm might be affecting her draw length, her ability to get that arrow through the clicker. We could just see her at full draw for such a long time and unable just to move through the shot and execute it. So, you know, I think the nerves really getting to her there.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's definitely getting to her. Whereas, look at Ana Gosh looking very composed, very relaxed. Into the 10 in both of the first 2 sets with the first arrow. But the juddering of the arm, I mean, she's still, you talk about push-pull, she's still pushing as that arm is shaking.
Yep, so ideally that front arm elbow should be straight and there should be some power going through that front arm as well. So it's a 50-50 balance. We don't just pull the bow, we push and pull together, trying to get a lovely balance between the two to break the shot.
Well, trailing by 3 set points to 1. It will be... well, we've got Ana Gosh in shot. She's looking right. She's ready to go, but it will be De Velasco who will shoot first. Still in with a big chance here. And that is a good start for her. She needs to fight back early here. Does look dialed in though, doesn't she, Nikki Ana Gosh?
Yeah, like we say, she's got her spot. Again, confidence, wanting to go out there now, and you know it's important that these archers to shoot the best they can in the lead up to the Olympics. Now it's 49 days away, and to come out here and make a good performance is important to her.
Nine.
First signs of querying what's going on there from Anagosh. Di Velasco's got this big opportunity now. She's put it into the 9. Not bad. A 28 from her. A 10 from Anagosh will be crushing for Di Velasco. She's hoping for an 8 or less. Oh, look at that. She has found the middle of this target. 2 29s in a row and a 5 set point to 1 lead. You're seeing signs of a resurgence from Di Velasco. She was always going to be the underdog for this one against the world number 15, but that 10, very crushing.
Yeah, she will have thought, you know, I've got a good chance of winning this set at 28, to walk away from the line feeling fairly confident probably, to then lose it. Your opponent shooting a 29, so, you know, it's not great, but she's got to come back in this match with 5-1 to the Turkish archer, so there's still opportunity. She's got to come out, win the next 2 sets and force the tie.
Yeah, that is certainly what she's got to do. She's got to find a way of getting herself back into this match. It's a big ask, though. It really is a very tough call against Anagosh, who is, well, right in the middle of the target. Ines Di Velasco of Spain to shoot first on target number 2. Needs all of the points in this, cannot afford a tie. That was not ideal from her, especially seeing as Anagosh cannot miss the centre of the target at the moment.
Quicker shot, finding the X. You know, she's got to stay with that good timing, getting the shot moving well.
10.
Pressure is immense here. My feeling is she's going to be thinking about trying to get a good shot out and give her confidence going into the bronze medal match, which is looking like it will be against her opponent. But that is a 10, so a 28 from her. Anagosh is on for a perfect 30, but actually only needs the 8 to draw level on points and win this semi-final. She gets a 9, does splits it in 2 and gets a 9, so she wins that clearly. 7 set points to 1, and Yasemin Anagosh from Turkey is through to the finals of this continental qualifier here on home soil. Anagosh will face Barbalan in the final, and we think it is going to be a very interesting bronze medal match. Elia Canales of Spain goes up against her teammate Ines Di Velasco. They've, between them, booked a quota spot for Spain, but we don't know who's going to the Olympic Games for Spain, and that may well be the decider. But all eyes on Yasemin Anagosh of Turkey, who has made it through to the final here in Antalya.
In the meanwhile, it's already clear that we have 3 quota places shooting in the next.
We take a look back over the match. Always tough for Di Velasco against the world number 15, but Turkey haven't had the best time of it here in Antalya.
That's true, but you know, Yasemin, you know, confirmed her spot probably, a spot for Turkey certainly, and has come in determined now to to finish this off and win the tournament. I am so excited by this bronze and gold matches. Bronze might be deciding who of Spain is going to take that spot, and we've got two archers really on form, really determined in that gold as well, so we're going to see some great archery.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Both of them promise to be incredible matches. And, well, let's see how the two Spanish archers go up against each other in a crucial one. But, like you say, Barbalan and Anna Gosh here looking hungry for the win. And, look, to some extent, this competition's really over for them. They've done it. They've done their job. They've qualified for the Olympic Games. They're very likely, if not all but certain, to be going and filling those places for their countries. But they'll still want to beat each other.
Absolutely. You know, this 49 days out from the Games, come on. We want to show what you can do. You want to go out there and beat people. You want to have that confidence going into the Olympic Games. We've got one World Cup left in Paris in 2 weeks' time. But, you know, the more confidence you can gain right now is going to put you in such a good mental place ahead of the Olympic Games. Yeah,
you're right. And Paris, thank you for mentioning that. Paris, of course, coming up in a couple of weeks' time is the final chance to qualify for the Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. Still feels weird to say 2020, but that will be the final opportunity. And let's have a look at how the women's archers have got to these medal matches. Canales dropping out to Barbalan in the semi-finals, drops into the bronze, as did her teammate drop out to Anna Gosh. So Canales versus Di Velasco first up next for bronze, followed by Barbalan against Anna Gosh. And going back to Paris in a couple of weeks' time, that will be the final qualification opportunity for teams, in fact. Tied into the Hyundai Archery World Cup Stage 3 in Paris will be the final archery qualifier for teams, and all things can change there. Spain could qualify a women's team for the Olympic Games, so it might not be done and dusted for these two archers just yet, but they've got to have their hats in the ring. It's time for bronze here in the Continental Qualifying Tournament in Antalya, Turkey, and a curious match between two Spaniards. Both 19 years old. Elia Canales goes up against Inés Di Velasco.
On target number 1, representing Spain, Elia Canales. On target number 2, representing Spain, Inés Di Velasco. The line judge for this match is Mr. Chava Todd.
Well, here we have it. Two Spaniards shooting a match that may well be the playoff for the Olympic spot. That, well, arguably you could say Canales booked for Spain, only because she went first in the quarterfinals. They both made it through their quarterfinals, both lost their semi-finals. The emotional roller coaster, you have to say, has been a rockier one for Canales on target number 1 than it has been for Di Velasco. Well, I think we're about to find out how important this is. And the telltale sign for me is there's no coach in the shooting area. Canales will get us underway.
Nine.
Well, good sighters from both of them.
Really long holds again, and with no coach behind her, no one counting down the clock either.
party of archery. Very good.
10.
9s followed by 10 for Canales. So she's put a little bit of pressure here on already. What can Ines de Velasco produce with her final arrow? Also in the 10, just on the ring, getting on the line is enough to score the higher score. 1 set point apiece. For a neutral, that's just what you want. You want to see this one go all the way to the wire, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah. It's going to be absolute nail biter all the way through. Both archers desperate to win this. This could be their selection process for that spot that's been claimed for their country. So neither having a coach behind them. Perhaps the country have said, right, you're on your own, girls. Go out there and you know, do your thing. And it was interesting to see Canales straight over to her teammate before starting, just to say, you know, good luck on this. So, you know, obviously, you know, they know each other well and wish each other well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the gloves are off now, but mutual respect shown before, as you say, raising the hand for the fist bump, which has become a common thing in sport, either bumping with the fist or the elbow now in these, well, hopefully soon to be post-pandemic times. But archery, a sport known for camaraderie across nations, across continents, and mutual respect across the board. Here, even with two athletes from the same country, potentially one going to the Olympics, one not. Start of the second set here, all square.
Ten. 8 or 9.
So mini advantage, but they 8 from Canales marked with an asterisk, which means it will be measured at the end.
9.
Seeing that shaking again in the front arm that we saw before in the last match.
10.
Didn't matter though.
Last time we saw that, I think the result was a 6. Now she's come away with a 10 and an opportunity, massive opportunity here. Only a 25 that could be marked up to a 26. So a 7 to potentially take all the points here. An 8, and she's definitely taken the lot. She gets it into the 9. Beautiful shooting, back-to-back 28 and a 3-1 scoreline in favour of Ines de Velasco. You've got to feel for Canales, haven't you, here?
It's all to play for. 3-1, set system, anything can happen. She's got to keep her game face now. She's got to stay in her groove, go out there, shoot the best arrow she can.
Easier said than done. Well, of course, you have done it. You've been right up there, world #1. The pressure must be immense when you come down. Have you been in a situation where you've shot against a teammate for a prize? I mean, whether that's selection for an event or a squad.
Yeah, European Games, Baku. I shot against Naomi Foulkard, teammate around there, and it's hard because you know each other. You know each other inside out, and I knew she was the better athlete. But I nudged her and I managed to knock her out. So it's an interesting balance. It can go either way. The underdog or the favourite, it's just so hard to call. And, you know, you've got to keep yourself in the present, each and every arrow, one at a time.
Yeah, you certainly have. 3-1 to De Velasco. So Canales on target #1 will shoot first. And now that you've mentioned Naomi Foulkard, we should congratulate her because she has been named on the British team who have qualified already for Tokyo. Which one of these two is going to join her? Drifting out into the 8. No chance of a mark on that one. Di Velasco must be riding high here. Another long hold there, drifting out onto the left and into the 8 as well.
You know, her not having a coach behind her could be a huge factor. You know, normally you've got 20 seconds to shoot. Normally your coach would be behind you, counting you down, perhaps 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and not hearing that could have an impact on her.
And do you think that's likely to mean that she's going to release earlier than perhaps she would, or is it likely to be later?
It's hard to say. She's just got to keep that shot moving, but she tends to have these longer holds, and you know, just try and keep them going. And that's really not going to help her.
Yeah, no one to turn to in her hour of need. Canales, same age, just 19 years old, has a huge opportunity here to draw level. Oh, she's taken it with both hands as well. Superb response from her. It definitely will be 3 set points apiece after this one. Is the world falling apart for Ines Di Velasco? Back into the middle, one left, one right, and into the middle. Finishing with a 10 will give her the confidence she needs going into the 4th. But this roller coaster that Canales has been on, not over yet the ride, is it? Not just yet.
3 apiece in this 3rd set. We are going to go all the way here to the 5th. So, you know, it's going to be interesting. If they win 1 apiece, it will force a tie and a shoot-off. It could be a shoot-off for potentially that spot of the Olympics. So it's just absolutely nail-biting.
It's got that run all over it, hasn't it? But just suspect the momentum is with Canales at the moment. And the wheels are just wobbling a little bit. From Di Velasco. Just, you know, when she needs that opportunity to keeping up the analogy of the wheels falling off, she needs a pit stop, she needs to have a chat with the coach and the engineers, and well, get herself back onto the shooting line in tip-top shape. 3 apiece here in this continuingly intriguing women's recurve continental qualifier. This particular match is between 2 Spaniards going for a bronze medal, but we think going for the Spanish Olympic spot as well.
8.
Well, just when you think that someone's having a big wobble, they steal an early lead here. Pressure must be immense for Canales.
9.
Just dropping low could be a sign of just maybe a little bit of a soft shot, not keeping the pressure on under all this pressure she's facing.
9.
Big opportunity here. Big opportunity here for Di Velasco. Canales knows that, and she knows she needs a big score here. Oh, she didn't look happy, did she?
Didn't you see the little movement just as she shot? There was a little forward release, I think, a little bit of a soft shot. And I mentioned that just arrow before, they were dropping low, weren't they? The power came off and a miss.
Well, what an incredible set of archery there. A beautiful, fantastic 29 from Di Velasco. And you've got to say, Ines Di Velasco probably would have won that set anyway. But the continuing saga of Elia Canales, I mean, I just can't put it into words. How did that miss happen?
Hopefully we're going to see a replay, but I think as she was at full draw, she just went a bit soft on the shot. So instead of that backhand powerfully going round as we saw there, around the back of her neck, I think we just saw a little nudge and movement where she let the power off and it just lost the power from the bow and the arrow dropped low. Let's see if it's in the replay.
Well, we didn't get it, and what a shame, because it could be a telling moment, not only in the match but also in the outcome of who will go to the Olympic Games for Spain. A miss, you don't see them very often. You certainly don't want to see them in an Olympic qualifier if you're standing on the shooting line. But it does mean Canales is 2 set points down going into the 5th. She needs to win this one hands down to force a shoot off. Great start, good recovery from her. Ines de Velasco has been in the middle of the target now for 4 consecutive shots, recovering from a 6 in the 3rd, and she remains there. Form solid. Just when the momentum looked like it was with Canales, 1 weak shot and everything has changed around. And there is another, oh dear, out into the 4. Nikki, what on earth happened there?
She knew, didn't she? Straight away she knew. I think the pressure is just getting to her. This literally is the fight for potentially their Olympic spot right here.
Canales finishing with a 20. It's not enough. A 2 to win, and we have had confirmation whoever wins this is going to the Tokyo Olympic Games. Big shake. It's in a 9. It's a fabulous finish for Ines de Velasco. Not only has she picked up the bronze medal here at the Antalya Continental Qualification Tournament, she has also booked her place in the Spanish archery team for the Olympic Games in a little under 50 days' time. Nikki, what a day for her, and what a day for her teammate.
Yeah, I think, you know, she didn't show the emotion of happiness. She just consoled her teammate there, who has just lost her spot for the Olympics. So, yeah, huge emotions. It just means so much to these archers. It really is the pinnacle of our sport. To get there, to get a spot for the Olympic Games means everything.
Yeah, well spotted as well, Ines de Velasco, just containing her celebrations for now, thinking about her teammate and what crushing blow that must have been for her. And one has to look at that reaction winning the first quarter-final. And perhaps we'll never know. Perhaps that was just pure emotion coming out from the win, knowing that the job wasn't done. But to me, it looked like a complete outpouring. The emotions, they went over, they ran over really. And she's not been able to recover.
Yeah, you know, the rules are here that if you make it into the final 4, you've got your spot. So she's come here thinking that, but there was that little complication that if your teammate does the same, that spot's not yours yet. So it is so difficult to contain your emotions when you think you've just won, you've won a spot for your country. It did come out pouring, and I think, yeah, like you said, really, it was just a little bit too much too soon, and she's just never really recovered it. And the pressure in that last match, missing in the 4th set, just the pressure, so much here on the line. And 4 years of hard work in the cycle, but much longer, her whole life and career to this moment.
Yeah, but celebrations for Ines de Velasco. She's through to the Olympic Games. Now it's time for the gold medal match here at the Continental Qualifier. It promises to be an absolute beaut.
On target number 1. Representing France, Lisa Barbelin. On target number 2. Representing Turkey, Yasemin Anagos. The line judge of this match is Christina Tiflidu. Shooting first will be on target number 1,
Well, here we go. World number 8 from France, Lisa Barbalin, is 21 years old. She is flying very high here. She's seen her teammate go out in the quarterfinals, which means she booked a place for the French team. It's likely to be her that takes it, and she's going up against the world number 15, shooting on home soil. It's the 22-year-old Turkish archer, Yasemin Anagosh. It will be Lisa Barbalin who will shoot first. This for gold, bragging rights and confidence in going into the Tokyo Games.
9.
Well, the sighters are both just going left there. I wonder if that's wind again.
9. 9.
They look pretty much identical, I think, do they? One either side.
10.
Barbalin finishing with a 10, putting this one out of reach.
10.
But Anagosh also finishing with a 10, just ever so slightly creeping across from the left and finding the middle of the target at the end. So promising signs from Anagosh, but certainly the early lead for the buoyant Lisa Barbalin. She's looking very solid. The first 2 arrows just high in that 9 and then finding the centre.
Yeah, she wasn't far out on those at all, was she? She's so determined. Look at that glare into the gold. She's here to take it down and win this quota tournament.
You saw her even, you know, look, I'm there's huge amounts of respect between these archers, but it was excited applause when Anagosh was announced. It was almost like, right, come on, yep, thank you very much, yeah, showing you respect, but let's get on with this. She wanted to get to the shooting line. It's great to see an archer in that position. But Anagosh, despite only shooting a 27 compared to Barbalin's 28, shot an incredibly solid third arrow to shoot a 10. She does trail, but she shot first, and we saw in her semi-final, once she finds the middle, it's hard for her to miss it. Time for set number 2, as these archers go for gold, and of course those bragging rights.
10. On.
Well, for the first time today, Lisa Barbalin is being put to the task.
10.
And
On.
she's meeting it full on. We said that we were expecting a cracker, and it's opened up beautifully.
9.
Both of these archers just on top form, both determined to show what they're made of ahead of the games.
10. On.
Well, just dropping into the 8 there, so consistency dropped off a little bit for her. A 27 means massive opportunity for Barbalin here. Also going for a perfect. Just going high and into the 29, so 1 point better than her first set, but 4 set points to nil up already. Look, she's flying high, she's doing really well, she looks relaxed, she's having fun. Would it just be an added bonus if she does this in 9 arrows, or will that really make a difference to her?
I think you can walk away with your head super held high, couldn't you? Straight set win, but you know, she's got to keep in the present. We've seen every other match at this point now go the other way, no one winning in straight sets. So, you know, can she do it? She is determined. We can see the fire in her eyes. Can she finish it in 9 arrows?
Yeah, and look, I think that there is a big opportunity for her to do this in 9 arrows. The wind's dropped right off by the looks of things. It really has settled down, and the pressure on Anagosh on home soil, where Turkey haven't done so well, you know, just the slightest error here, opens the door for Barbalan. So it will be Anna Gosh to shoot first in set number 3, and bags of pressure on her. Apparently no pressure on her at all, straight into the middle.
Nine. 10. Oh.
Wow, what a response.
Yeah, I mean, these archers are shooting 70 metres. The 10 is the size of a CD, and they are smashing it right now. It's great.
10. Oh.
Well, Anna Gosh with a massive opportunity here to get herself on the scoreboard. Can she hit that CD in the middle of the target again? Out into the 8. And just like that, these things can swing around. Barbalan can do it in 9. She needs to hit the center of the target.
10 to win.
Oh, just drifted out into the 9. So 28 apiece for these two. I've got to say, the pressure was immense for Anna Gosh, but she shot 2 10s to start with, and then just dipped in that concentration again by the looks of things.
Yeah, again, I thought I saw a bit of a movement with the front and back arm sort of coming inward, perhaps losing a bit of the pressure, a little bit what I call a soft shot again. So, yeah, it was just enough to open it up, wasn't it? But Lisa, I thought with those eyes fixed on the gold, I thought she'd got it. I thought that was going to go in the 10. It looked like such a great shot, just outside into the 9 and pushing us into a 4th set.
Yeah, incredible shooting from both these archers here, and also a demonstration on how to handle the pressure. What we think we need to see from Yasmin Anna Gosh is just showing that consistency, especially through the 3rd arrow. Little bit of disappointment from Barbalan, but she is having fun out there.
Yeah, you saw her eyes onto the gold and then look into the right. She was looking at the big screen to see what she got, and then she had a little bit of disappointment, and then she smiled because she knew how close she was to taking it in 9 arrows.
Still eager to go there, popping up and jumping up and down on her toes there, just lifting her heels up. She's ready to go out here. Anna Gosh, though, showed that she has got resilience in the previous set. She'll start again, trailing by 5 set points to 1.
9.
And remember, Barbalan just has to match Anna Gosh in this set to take the gold medal.
9. 9.
Most of the areas to the right there. Good to see her get back a bit more central. Put it in the 10.
Anna Gosh needs a 10 to put some pressure on, and even then, Barbalan can take this. 10 to the 9, so a 27 here. So an 8 is enough to draw level on the points in this set and take the 1 point she needs for gold in Antalya. Is it going to be the best of days for Lisa Barbalan?
8 to win.
Oh, she needed an 8 to win. She hasn't scored anything lower than a 9 in the final. She got the 8 that she needed, though, in order to draw level on set points, and takes the gold medal here in Antalya. 6 points to 2 against Yasmin Anna Gosh of Turkey.
For the official confirmation, and next will be
Nikki, look at the response from Barbalan.
Olympic quota tournament.
Yeah, great response.
Semi-finals and finals for the men.
You know, they were just checking with a coach there afterwards. They weren't quite sure because we had to just make sure she had enough points there to take the win before great celebration. But she just looked so strong, didn't she? Since she won that spot, I mean, even before, to be fair, she was going to go out and win this, and yes, she did.
Yeah, brilliant reaction. She's very happy to have won this. It'd be very interesting to hear what she has to say. Booked her spot on the French team by making it through the quarterfinals, and then went on with just such joy, passion, and just a pleasure to watch her shooting for gold and taking the gold here in Turkey. Anna Gosh showing signs of the form that she had pre-pandemic. She's coming back to it, the world number 15. Not quite the level of consistency we expect from the top recurve archers, but certainly good enough to take the silver here and probably have the best performance of all the Turkish team in this competition. But it's all been about Lisa Barbalan. I'm really looking forward to seeing her in Tokyo in just a few months' time. That smile is very infectious. She's made it through. She's got the gold medal. I think we are actually going to get a chance to have a chat with her and Anna Gosh at some point. They're just getting the photos taken, celebrating with their teammates. Of course, lots of restrictions as we've become used to mask wearing and stuff. Yes. So the contingent here in Antalya are a lot smaller than perhaps we're used to. What's not smaller is the sheer joy of an athlete winning.
Yeah, technique all the way through. This has been consistent. I talk often about timing. That's the amount of time you get to your anchor point here, full draw, and then executing the shot, pushing and pulling. And she's just been relentless, hasn't she? Her eyes fixed on the target. Fantastic technique, and it's really paid off.
Yeah, and if you look at that target face at that point, you know, all the holes are in the gold, in the yellow part, the 10 and the 9. There was 1 8, but that's all she needed to win. It was her last arrow. And let's go and hear what they have to say.
Okay, congratulations. It's been a very long day, and to end with a gold medal, that must feel great.
Yes, so great. What a day.
And to not only win, but for, again, you're going to the Olympics. Have you processed that yet?
Yes.
Yes, it's true.
I mean, what's it like? Does it feel real?
No. Here, I'm just on the je vais toucher. Enfin, je suis trop
You want to touch the star.
If you want, you can speak in French and then you can say more. If you want to have a longer answer, please. Can you say it quickly, please?
Je suis vraiment très contente. C'était une sacrée journée.
She's very happy because it's a very good day for her.
Mais ça paraît carrément irréel.
And for her, it's totally irrealist.
Mais c'est trop bien.
And she's very happy, and it's very cool.
and to go from this, you were running out of time, right? This is the second to last chance, and now you have it. What a big change. Are you still? What's that like to go from this to that?
Alors je pense que ce qui est à demander, quelle est la différence entre les matchs d'avant et de maintenant?
The first match, I was so stressed, very, very stressed, because my quota place was in game. But now, the semi-final and the final was very cool, and I take it, okay, it's enjoy.
Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, stress in the first match in the quarterfinals, as she put it, to get her quota place, not France's quota place, her quota place, and then she was enjoying it, and I think we could see that very clearly. Congratulations. So brilliant to see a sports person going out there and enjoying their sport.
Yeah, we could see it, couldn't we? She couldn't wait to get to the shooting line, bobbing up and down on the waiting line, and that's when you shoot your best, when you can't wait to get there. You know, you're in that groove and shooting the best you can, no pressure left for her. It was just a case of, I've got my spot now, but I'm going to win this, and we could see that all the way through. Fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful from Lisa Barbalan, who we will see on the shooting line in Tokyo in just over a month's time. We are waiting for more interviews. As you can see, they're getting ready to get the field prepared for our next action, which is coming up very shortly. It's time to rinse and repeat and move over to the men's side of this continental qualification tournament. Same thing again, 4 quarterfinals, all very interesting, and an opportunity for those winners to go through to the Olympic Games.
Yasemin, tekrar tebrik ederim. Nasıl hissediyorsun?
Çok mutluyum. Tabii zirvede olmayı isterdim. Puanlarımız da çok yakındı. Bugün olmadı. Yarın daha önemli bir yerde zirvede bitireceğimi düşünüyorum.
Yarışma sırasında aklından neler geçiyordu? Kotayı garantilemiş olmana rağmen heyecanlı mıydın?
Aslında kotayı garantilemiş olmama rağmen podyumda atmaya kendimi alıştırmaya çalıştım daha çok. Çünkü olimpiyatlarda da böyle bir podyumda atacağız. Benim için antrenman atışları gibi oldu. Ve zaten yarışma anından ve böyle bir podyumda ok atmaktan çok keyif alıyorum. Keyif aldığım bir şey yaptım. Kendime hep bunu tekrar ettim. Böyle.
Olimpiyatlara 50 gün kaldı. Bu sonuç seni nasıl etkileyecek?
Bu sonuç beni yani olumlu yönde etkiler tabii ki de. Zaten bu benim için doğal bir sonuç olması gerektiğini düşündüğüm şeydi. O yüzden şaşkın değilim. İlginç bir gün değil benim için. Zaten olacağını düşündüğüm bir gündü. Böyle.
Tebrik ederim tekrardan.
Teşekkürler.
Teşekkür ederim. Obviously, I did not understand very much of that Turkish interview, but it looked to me, the body language certainly suggested that she was saying, it is what it is. I came here to do a job today. I did the job, got us qualified, and we just move on.
Yeah, she shot some fantastic arrows there, didn't she? And that's going to give her good confidence going forward towards the Olympic Games.
Yeah, it certainly is. And an interesting medal ceremony coming up just now. As you will see, it's not the medalists in this particularly strange continental qualification tournament. These are the athletes that have qualified a quota space for their countries. And that's why we see the Slovakian there at the back, Denisa Barankova, also
handing over
out with
award
medalists
is
from the
the
tournament.
the Deputy of General Director Youth and Sport, Mr. Murat Bajapaya.
So Denisa Barankova getting her round of applause for
The
on
winner
countback,
for the
picking up
spot,
the banked
representing
place that came
Slovakia,
to her because 2
Denisa
Spaniards made it through to
Barankova.
the semi-finals, and there she is, delighted. Denisa Barankova will be going to Tokyo. I'm not sure she thought that coming into this competition.
Yeah, with the set system, I think, it's possible. Anything is possible. So fantastic for her to gain a spot for Slovakia.
The winner of the 3rd spot for Tokyo 2020 is representing Spain, Ines de Velasco.
So Ines de Velasco collecting the 3rd qualification spot here in Antalya, which matches up with the bronze medal that she took by beating her teammate in a heartbreaking match for Ilana Canales. But it is Ines de Velasco who got the 2nd spot, and philosophical, pensive Yasemin Anagosh post-gold medal resolved herself to the fact that she's taken a qualification spot for Turkey in their women's discipline in Tokyo. But today's superstar, and one to keep an eye out for in Tokyo, is France's Lisa Barbelin. Came through the quarterfinals, which she said were very nervy, and then just shot for fun, and she's won the continental qualifier here in
Please give a
Antalya.
warm round of applause for the quota place winners of Tokyo 2020. Congratulations to France, Turkey, Spain and Slovakia.
Well, there we have it. The quota spaces places just to confirm going to France, Turkey, Spain and Slovakia, and in what has to be one of the most unusual medal ceremonies, no national anthem, because it's celebrating 4 nations qualifying for the Tokyo Olympic Games. And of course the obligatory photo shoot. I wonder whether we're going to see any of these athletes on the podium in Tokyo. Well, let's have a look at the final rankings for the Continental Qualification Tournament. As we saw, Barbalan just delighted with the win over Anagos to take the gold. Di Velasco beating her teammate Canales for the bronze medal. And as we look down, in fact, Denisa Barankova finishing 7th in the rankings, but picking up the 4th and final women's individual spot. But the superstar of the day was Lisa Barbalan. Anagos, philosophical in defeat, picked up a silver medal, and curiously, Turkey's first qualification spot for women recurve archers. Barbalan glancing at the big screen before breaking out into celebration, taking the gold medal in the Continental Qualifier and booking her place at the Olympic Games.
And the next matches will feature the Continental Quota Tournament for the men coming up next.
Well, here we go. It's time to find out who are going to book the 4 individual places that are available at this Continental Quota Tournament in Antalya. The lineup for the quarterfinals sees Gazos going up against Sierakowski, Shiro against Ravnica, and Vekmura against Valandon, and Henkels against Unruh. Time for quarter-final number 1. The world number 2 and 21-year-old Turkish archer Mete Gazos leading out his opponent Kasper Sierakowski, the 27-year-old Polish archer who is the world number 82.
On target number 1. Representing Turkey, Mete Gazos. On target number 2. Representing Poland, Kasper Sierakowski. The line judge for this match is Katerina Konsalova.
Well, here we go. Time for quarterfinal 1 in this men's Continental Qualification Tournament. The archers have made it this far into the tournament. One more win confirms a qualification spot for their country in the men's individual at Tokyo. So not necessarily the archer will win the spot, but the country will. Mete Gazos of Turkey will get quarterfinal 1 underway.
7-8 liner.
Well, both shooting 7s here at the start of this, so their sighters and both making adjustments. Nikki Hunt, former world number 1, is with me in the commentary box. Nikki, a big opportunity, you have to say, for Kasper Sirakovsky. I'm not sure anyone expected that name to be in the lineup for the continental quota places.
He's certainly the underdog here, but you know, sometimes that can play to your advantage. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, world number 82 up against the world number 2. Gazos first arrow in for a measure, but the last two going straight into the 10, which really does put this one out of reach. Kasper Sierkowski of Poland will want to shoot a good arrow, practice for the second set, and a good grouping for his second 2 arrows. A 25 for him, not enough though, and the early points go to the home nation archer. Nikki, my first question of this men's quarterfinal, we'll get into Olympic qualification, etc. very shortly, is the speed at which these archers are shooting is quite phenomenal.
Yeah, so they get 20 seconds to shoot their arrow. You know, timing's important, how long you spend at full draw to execute the shot. I always look for consistency of that. Everything in archery is about consistency, but the speed as well it plays a part, and you can put more pressure onto your opponent if you're getting the shots off quickly and then forcing them to then get ready to shoot as well, so that can be a component.
So now let's get back into the nitty-gritty and into the headspace of Mete Gazos. A lot of pressure on him. I mean, it's curious that the Turkish archers are still in this situation where they're having to go through last gasp qualification.
Yeah, world number 2, you know, you'd think he'd qualified already, but at the end of the day, there's only 64 spots for men, 64 spots for women at the Olympic Games, which is just so few, and there's just so many brilliant archers who will miss out. So, you know, it's down to this and then the very final qualification in Paris in 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, things could change around there in Paris, but the one thing that is for sure, these archers need to win these first matches, the quarterfinals. A place in the semi-finals, with some caveats, will book you a quota spot for your country. Sierkowski getting off the mark again with a score not quite in the gold. An 8 is better than the 7 he shot in the first set. Gazos following up 2 consecutive 10s. And he is in the middle of the target again.
Much longer hold, we're talking about timing. Up at full draw for a lot longer, and another 8 going off to the right there.
Impressive shooting from the 21-year-old. Doesn't look like the weight of the world is on his shoulders, Mete Gazos. Oh, an adjustment there from Sierkowski, and he shoots a 24. Set points are surely with Gazos. Oh, brilliant. Really very, very good indeed. 29, difficult to beat by anyone. 4 set points to 0 up after just 6 arrows. This one is probably the one that's most likely to be finished in 9 arrows here. He's looking very strong, and Sierkowski's got a bit of work to do to get into the centre.
Yeah, I mean, this is the set system, so anything could happen. Gazos is obviously on form, world number 2, come out here shooting, you know, fantastic stuff. So he's going to be looking to seal this in 3 sets, get the job done and get out. That would be nice for him, but everything to play for. You know, that's the beauty of the set system. Come back and you can make it all the way to the end.
Yeah, I mean, often people think about and talk about the pressure in the moment for these archers, and you know, this is a one-shot qualification tournament, but actually the qualification takes many years in terms of preparation. For example, Mete Gazos has seen himself shooting on the big screen whilst he's shooting time and time again. Sierkowski perhaps hasn't got that experience, and look, I mean, if you look at the shot from behind him when we see it, He's got a big screen. He's basically got that in vision, his peripheral vision, as he lines up to take this shot.
9.
Quite often as well, from my experience, they're always just slightly behind. So as you make a movement, you then see the movement on the screen because they're not completely in sync, and that can be really off-putting, like you say, especially if you're not used to it.
A 9 start from Sierkowski is a great one, except Gajos has gone and put it in the 10.
Really long hold, fighting through to execute it. 9, not bad. But he is against this guy.
One lapse of concentration though. I mean, he's not just putting his marker down for qualification here. He's putting his marker down for everybody else in the world to say, hey, I'm still here. It may be last gasp qualification, but when I make it, that looks like very close to the line there. It's marked as a 9 for a measure, a 27, but here an 8 will be enough to do this in 9 arrows and go through to the semi-finals with Olympic qualification secure. Again, close one to the line. It's definitely a 9. It's probably going to get marked up to a 10, but another 29 bare minimum. And you saw the outpouring of emotion there. Very different to the women's quarterfinals in that Gazos is the only Turkish archer in this lineup. He has booked a place for Turkey at the Olympic Games, and it's not even imaginable to think it's going to anyone else.
More than likely his, you know, as we said, it's for the country. But, you know, world number 2, it's clearly on form. He's won that spot with 49 days out from the games. More than likely that is his spot right there.
Yeah, I think so too. He just held on to those emotions all the way through that match. I mean, I know it was only 18 arrows. He didn't have to hold on for too long. But the outpouring of emotion is, you know, it's an illustration of the immense amount of pressure these athletes are under. Finishing with a 9. Sierkowski, I don't think he should be kicking himself at all in this. He was up against a great in the making, or great already, a living legend, and I'm not sure he thought that he would be here. When he looks back on this, you know, I was 1 win away from qualifying for the Olympic Games, but I came up against this man. Living legend, very happy. Mete Gajos is through to the semi-finals, but more importantly, he's booked a first quota place for Turkey at the Tokyo Olympic Games. Well, they were waiting for the measures there at the end, and of course Kasper Sierkowski waiting for his agent to come back with the arrows. Now it's time for quarter-final number 2 here in the European Championships Continental Qualification Tournament. The 2 tournaments tied together. It will be Shiro of France going up against Ravnica of Slovenia.
Representing France, Thomas Shiro. On target number 3. Representing Slovenia, Ziga Ravnica. The judge of this match is Javad Port. Shooting first on target number 2. Ziga Ravnica, Slovenia.
Well, here we go. It's world number 134, Ziga Ravnica of Slovenia, who's 21 years old, shooting on target number 2. That's the target closest to us as we look on the left-hand side. Going up against the world number 19, the 23-year-old Frenchman, Thomas Shiro. Let's see how the world number 134 gets this one underway. Remember, winner books a spot for their country at Tokyo 2020. Not a bad start, and very impressed that he looked disappointed with that. Little adjustment to his sight. Thomas Shiro, how will he respond? Brilliant. Clearly stayed in shape during the restrictive period. 23-year-old straight into the middle of the target.
Bit of a longer hold. Just dropping down.
Well, clear for all to see the amount of pressure on these archers' bodies. A 27 is marked as for Ravnica. I wonder if that last arrow went into the 10 though. No, that one certainly did. So a 29 for him. I think the last arrow from Ravnica went into the 10, and I think he will get marked up to a 28 here. And that is not a bad start from the world number 134, but crucially, he's lost the 2 set points. It's a bit of a swings and roundabouts here. I shot really great. I shot a 28, but the other guy shot 29. I mean, how do you handle it?
You handle that, in my opinion, that, you know, I've just shot really well. Keep going with that set system, get into the next set, take that positivity and confidence with you, win the next one. You know, you can do it. So, you know, he's got to take confidence from what he's just done and you know, go forward with that. So,
yeah, it's interesting because I suppose what you have to say to yourself at these times is, look, I've been in that guy's position before where I've shot, you know, just one better, both of us shooting well, and I've lost. So I've got to kind of put myself in that mindset, haven't I? Well, here we go. It is Ravnica who is back on the shooting line. Narrow loss in the first set by a single point. Can he keep it in the middle of the target?
did you see just going forward off the clicker there? Again, a little kind of flinch. Got to keep moving it. What a great finish considering what happened.
Yeah, no drama there at all, conversely. But look at the pressure his body's under.
He's just so nervous. He's shaking. You know, he's got to keep it together, and he did. It's a brilliant X. You know, they're going to be nervous. This is the Olympics. You know, the spots for the Olympic Games here. So nerves are normal. It's just how can you manage them?
Well, notionally nothing between them here. Good shot from Ravnica. Could put some pressure on Shiro. Looks a little more composed. Puts it into the 10. Just what he needs. And the fist bump to go with it. Will he get the 2 set points to go with that? Anything less than a 10 from Thomas Shiro and we're all square. And we've got a proper match on here. He's dropped it into the 9, and it's a complete switch around. A 28 in recurve archery at this level and under this kind of pressure is fantastic. But in both sets, the man who shot 28 has not got any points. 2 set points apiece, and the world number 134 could be causing the first upset of this men's qualifier.
We'll see that little flinch here, but you know that's not going to give him great confidence. But wow, he came back and shot amazingly afterwards. So you know we know he can do it. And like you said, we're going to have an absolute match on our hands here.
Yeah, Shiro, no real drama at all with Shiro. I wonder if we get to see that little jump. I mean, you talked about the nerves and clearly you're talking about emotions there, but it also looks to me like there's quite a lot of physical pressure under with some of these archers today. I mean, is that the extended break we've had perhaps and they're not quite in condition?
That can play a factor because they haven't been out competing regularly at this level, and that helps if you are. But you know, like I say, there's nothing bigger than the Olympic Games for these archers, and they want that spot.
So continuing his good form, Ziga Ravnica of Slovenia, the 21-year-old world number 134, puts it into the 9. Bit of a long hold again, but as soon as the clicker goes, Thomas Shiro is ready to go, and the world number 19 drops it into the 10 ring.
Shaken again, but much quicker. Getting that arrow through the clicker and into the 9. See that tension in his front hand just before he let go, that little finger onto the bow and it going off to the right there into the 8.
Yeah, definitely not planned, but they're all square here. Another opportunity for Ravnica to put some pressure on with a big score. He was pulling that one over after it had left his, certainly left his backhand. And so a 26 leaves the door open for Thomas Shiro. And his favourite really to walk through it, isn't he?
Absolutely. Can he do it?
He can indeed. A 27 to finish, but the scores dropping south a little bit for both archers in that third set. Shiro, though, with one, well, he's potentially one set away from going through. He's got his eye on that qualification spot.
But we've got to remember, we've got Jean-Charles Valadon in the next match. So France could win 2 spots, and if they do, they can't gain those 2 spots. So we're going to go to countback. So this is really important where Ziga, you know, if he shoots well here, if he gets some good scores down, if he can get some more set points, even if he loses, he might have a chance. It all depends on what happens in these next couple of matches.
Yeah, very good point. Very good point indeed. It looks like the 6-0 win for Gazos means that Kasper Shirakowski's chances are completely gone, even if there is a countback. Well, they have completely gone, even if there is a countback, because Ravnica is already on 2 set points. Well, it will be the Slovenian who will shoot first again. Set number 4, trailing by 2. Some going wayward here, and I think Thomas Shiro will be thinking, that is my opportunity. Now it's time to settle down and take it. But he's put it up into the 8 as well.
Look at the wind flags, look at those socks, the feathers, they're moving. You know, we've seen 11 miles an hour, I think, now on the clock there, so we've seen the conditions change, and probably both archers might have tried to aim off and got it wrong there in the conditions.
Well, good correction from Ravnica. He's put back in the position where he could put some pressure on, and that's just what he's done.
And he's done enough, I think. You know, down to this last arrow, he can close it here.
That is the pressure of the Olympic Games. He could have closed it out, but now Shiro, with a 10, can make it through to the semi-finals and book France's place, but he gets an 8, and it's a 24 plays 25. I said the scores were going south in the previous round. They've gone even further south, even lower, getting further away from that maximum of 30, and Ravnica draws level against the world number 19, a clear 120-odd ranking places above his opponent Thomas Shiro. Ravnica is 4-all and has a big chance here, and you've got to say, when you look at Slovenian archery, if he wins this place, it'd be hard for the Slovenian Federation not to send him.
It could well be his spot then, but God, the pressure there. Thomas could have won it, and he really lost the opportunity. So the shift in mentality now, I think that was a bit of a high five of, we're still in this. You know, let's go for it. 4-all. You know, if you win the set now, you've got it. If they tie, we're going to go to a shoot off. So absolutely nail biting.
He really is absolutely nail-biting. Nothing really more to add other than I can't wait to see the rest of this. And what an upset. Let's not forget, guys and girls, this will be a huge upset here for this Slovenian beats Thomas Širo. Doesn't mind shooting first either, does he?
Well, yeah, the way it works, he has to. He gets told he has to shoot first at that opportunity, but he did well, didn't he?
That is number 4 in a row. Major adjustment for Thomas Širo to his sight there. Big opportunity for Ziga. Ravnica puts it into the 8 himself. So opportunity for Širo to come back from behind here.
Another long hold. I think the conditions are really playing a part. More central for him, a little bit high.
Big opportunity. It was there for Ravnica to run away with this, but he's dropped the ball, and 9 for Širo will put him through. And he's put it on to the line for the 10 ring. He's shot a 10. A 27 is enough to win this one. 6 set points to 4. But what a scare he must have had from the 21-year-old Slovenian Ziga Ravnica. Thomas Širo has booked France a quota spot at the Tokyo Olympic Games. And respectful applause from Ravnica, of course. But Širo's done his job. He's booked France a quota spot in the men's recurve for the next Olympic Games in just over a month's time. So a 6-4 win for him means he's through to the semi-finals, where he'll face Mete Gajos of Turkey.
Not all over though for Ziga here, because he came away with that match 4 set points. Now, in the next match we're going to see another Frenchman, Jean-Charles Valadon, and if he makes it as well, we might then go to the countback. So just so interested in what's going to happen next.
Nikki Hunt from world number 1 there loves her countbacks. She likes sitting here doing the mathematics in the breaks while you're watching these beautiful replays. She's frantically typing away. She's got her abacus out. She really is on top of her game here when it comes to countbacks. I know what you're really looking for, Nikki, is the shoot-off when the countbacks are all square.
That would be amazing. So if the set points are the same, the raw score was the same, then we would have to go to a shoot-off, I believe. So that would be absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it certainly would. I'm with you on that one. I want to see one of those as well. But it's that, when you say the raw score, so you're looking at, as the archery experts put it, I am just repeating what they say, staying in the match for as long as possible, and then, so that's your set points basically, and then the raw score, what you actually shot with your arrows in that match.
Yep, so we've seen the first match here, Kasper in Poland got no set points, so that's not a good position to be in. Ziga came out, he's got 4 set points, so if there is a country that qualifies 2 spots, they can't have both, they can only have 1, so then we'll push back to this countback. So really, really nail-biting stuff.
Yeah, it certainly is. Countback becoming the crucial order of the day if we have 2 countrymen into the semi-finals, and it does keep us very busy in terms of doing the counting on the score lines themselves in each of the matches. Coming up very shortly, it's the second half of the men's draw. In fact, it looks like the coaches, athletes and judge are ready to come out. Of course, the judge and the coaches coming out. Sun is clearly beating down here because it looks like the German coach has come out with an umbrella and tell you that's not for any kind of rain. There's not a drop in the sky, although it's a little humid here. It's nearly up to 60% at the moment, right by the coast here on the Turkish coast, or turquoise coast as they call it here in Turkey. Time for quarterfinal number 3, world number 7. Maximilian Weckmüller of Germany going up against the world number 26, a former Olympian from France, Jean-Charles Valentin.
Target number 1. Representing Germany, Maximilian Weckmüller. On target number 2. Olympic silver medalist from Rio 2016, representing France, Jean-Charles Valentin. The line judge for this match is Christina Tiflin. Shooting first on target number 1, Maximilian Weckmüller.
Well, here we go. Max Weckmüller, the 26-year-old German, is the world number 7. He has had a cracking run of form, especially since the restrictions on travel and international competition started to relax. But he's up against the experience of Jean-Charles Valentin, world number 26 at 32, has been to an Olympic Games before. It will be the German to get us underway.
9.
Just drifting up and to the left there, but not bad sighters from the archers to start things going, especially given you can see the breeze blowing in the background.
7.
This field is so hard to read. You've got to look at all the flags around you, lots of indicators there, but big hedge to their right down the side, and sometimes the wind can bounce off that and do something else, so it's difficult to read it.
8, 9-liner.
Well, consistent grouping from Valentin.
8.
Can't really say the same for Weckmüller, but comes away with a 24 in windy conditions, not so bad. Valentin on for a potential 26 if he can just adjust his sight and get this final arrow into the 10. Gets it into the 9, over adjusted if anything, but a 25 is enough to take this first set. Nikki, the wind is playing a really big part here. We've seen lightning stop play this week, with no rain today as we said, but it was particularly wet earlier on in the week, and now you've said this field is notorious for changeable conditions, and we're seeing it start to play a part with wind.
Yeah, being so close to the coast as well, things can change quickly, so the archers are really got to be aware of that, and go back to that motto of trust and adjust. And Lloyd, 2 different wind indicators we've seen there, one out and one down, but trust and adjust, really shoot the shot you can, trust that you've shot a good shot, and if you need to, adjust it. Again on the target too then, no wind, so now a bit of wind, so it is really tricky, but they've just got to go out there and shoot the best shots they can.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, those 2 windsocks. I think that they are there in particular to show what you were talking about with the hedge on the other side. That one is inside the crosswind that could come from that hedge, and the one further or closer to the target is outside. So you saw the difference was, phenomenal, and they're only a few meters apart.
Yeah, these arrows are travelling around 200 feet a second out of a recurve bow. These guys perhaps shooting around 45 to 50 pounds on their fingers, so the wind does affect where the arrow's going to land.
You see the flags behind blowing in different directions as well. It's not just about wind, it's about the changeable wind and the changing nature of the wind, whether it's blowing in direction or in speed. At the moment, it is the experience of Valentin with the points. Weckmüller to shoot first in set 2.
8.
A bit more consistency again from Valadon. They tend to finish putting a little bit of pressure on Max Weckmuller. So Jean-Charles Valadon, a 10 will take the set points. He needs a 9 to share them. Anything less and we'll be all square. Brilliant. Looks like it has just clipped the line. It is going to a measure, so it is a crucial measure here. It's either 27 apiece, but I suspect, Nikki, that has clipped the line.
It was close. We're going to have to wait for the judge's opinion on that. That magnifying glass is going to come out and make that decision. And that is what it's down to sometimes, just millimetres.
Not convinced then. Nikki Hunt, not convinced by the final arrow from Jean-Charles Valadon. God, just got a gut feel it was clipping the line, but very, very close. Clearly needing the measure, but either way, Valadon will stay in the lead.
27,
and it has stayed as 27. And that's why you're here as expert analyst. What gave it away for you? What made you
just
think?
Thought I could see a tiny bit of yellow. I mean, we didn't have long to look at it, but for me, it just didn't quite look in. You know, so they're 27 apiece. They've split the points, so it's going to be a 3-1 lead to Jean-Charles Valadon, silver medalist in Rio. Can he get back to the next Olympics?
Yeah, and that's the thing, isn't it? And I was to say, how much of that experience of not only qualifying for the Olympic Games, but having actually competed there, is there a sort of sense of entitlement, perhaps? I've already been to the Olympic Games, I really should win this match. Well, we're going to find out. Weckmuller trailing by 2. Starting off high and left again. And the key thing here is that Thomas Schiro has already gone through and booked France's quota spot. Each country can only have 1 quota spot from this tournament. And then it'll be an interesting case to see whether Valadon, if he was to go through, is in a straight shoot-off with Schiro for the French spot. Oh, that's drifted way out to the right.
Love the reflection in the glasses. You can see right down the arm of the archer towards the target as well. Gives you a real idea of the alignment they've got.
9.
Not really a consistent pattern here for Weckmuller across all the 3 sets so far. Big opportunity here for Jean-Charles Valadon to put himself within 1 set point of making it through to the semi-finals. That is more than enough. 28 plays 25, and whilst Weckmuller goes backwards in terms of score, Valadon is just getting better and better. Leads 5 set points to 1. Momentum, whether the experience of the Olympic Games is making a difference or not, the momentum in this particular match is with the French archer.
In an interview earlier in the week, he said that he didn't feel more pressure because of that silver medal he won in Rio, but inevitably, you know, sometimes it does give you more pressure. You've been there, you've felt it, you know what it's like, you want to get back there. It's, you know, must be the most amazing experience for any archer. So maybe having that experience adds more pressure. So, I mean, he's dealing with it very well right now. He's a great archer. He might not be the higher world rank just now, but the experience he has behind him is phenomenal.
It certainly is, and it will be a headache for the French Archery Federation if Valadon and Schiro make it through to the same stage of the competition, of this competition, if they're using it as a qualification tournament.
Yes, they'll be in different sides of the cut, so that'll be interesting to see. Can they both make it into the gold and have a real shootout for it? That'd be great to see.
Here we go, set number 4, Weckmuller. Well, he's back against the wall here. What a great response. He's only his second to 10 of the match.
Ok, l'attendage, 1,2. Startschießen, sauber und nachhalten. Bisschen von links. Jawohl, gut gemacht. Auf geht's.
Really putting the pressure back on Jean-Charles Valdon now.
Jetzt bereit.
Look at his characteristic draw. Low into his chin, he's always done that. Must be off-putting having that camera right in your face now. I'm sure he can see it, but and into the 8.
So now Max Weckmuller's got to take a deep breath, can keep his composure. He's put it in the 8, which is what he needed to put this one out of reach. Shaking his head there, but hey, Max, you just got a couple of points, and that's put you right back in the match. And clearly, and perhaps more importantly, it showed that you could put Valadon under pressure. Another 8 from him is not the greatest end to the set for him. Not what he would have been looking for, especially knowing that it was out of reach. Weckmuller has got 2 more set points. He's within 2 as we go into the 5th. Okay, Nikki, here's a question for you. 5-1 down. Has Weckmuller gone into that 4th set and gone, this is gone, it's done? Relaxed, no more pressure on him, and then just bang 2 10s in, and that's enough to put a pressure on Valadon.
Yeah, sometimes that is enough. You know, you just think, well, there's nothing I can do now. You know, I've got nothing to lose, so go out there. And yeah, came back with a 28, which is great. And you know, the other complication of this is then the next round we're going to see another German athlete. So it's just so key that even if you lose, you shoot as high as you can, because if his teammate loses in the next match, it'll be the highest loser. And you know, there's just so much at stake. Just shoot the best you can each and every arrow.
Well, it certainly is. He's still trailing Weckmuller. So the world number 7, remember, who's had a brilliant run of form, he's got himself back into the match here. He's pushed it into a 5th. He needs to win this one clearly over the next 3 arrows to take us into a shoot-off, and starts with a beautiful 9.
Bereit. 10 secondes. Allez, encore. Super. Auf geht's. Vorbereitung, immer aktiv, schön 8 links und nachhalten. Jawohl.
So a little bit shaking, but straight in the 10. He had to put the pressure on. He's got to win some points in this set.
Bereit. Wiederholung, 10 Sekunden, Selbstgespräch. Encore. X. Auf geht's. Die Entscheidung.
Well, I had a wobble in the 4th set, but Jean-Charles Valadon is on for a perfect here. Needs a big score, and it looks like that's another 9. So a 28, a good score from Max Weckmuller, but an 8 is enough to draw level in the set points and get the 1 point he needs to go through to the semis. Oh, you saw the expression on his face. He saved the very best for last, and it was an absolutely superb, perfect 30 to finish off that quarterfinal in style. Jean-Charles Valadon is through to the semi-finals here in this continental quota tournament in Antalya. He's been to the Olympics once before. He stood on the podium at the Olympics once before. He's now through to the semi-finals here. And the question really is, what are France going to do? Because they now have Thomas Giraud and Jean-Charles Valadon through to the semi-finals of the continental qualifier. And we just don't know how the French are going to select their team.
That's right. It could be down to this tournament itself. It could have been down to a previous selection. But I think, as we saw in the women's, the woman there who won, the French woman who won, did take the spot. So it's likely that whoever wins will win. But like, they're going to go into different sides of the cut, which can be interesting, because if they both lost, for example, you know, what would happen there? So yeah, it's going to be absolutely nail biting.
Yeah, it certainly is. Chances for the French doubled with both the archers through, but there's only 1 spot available, so actually it becomes inter-country battle between Valadon and his teammate Shiro. So 3 of the 4 quarterfinals done and dusted, and it's time for quarterfinal number 4. Who is going to make it into the semi-finals in the matchup between Jeff Henkels of Luxembourg and Florian Unruh of Germany?
On target number 1. Representing Luxembourg, Jeff Henkels. On target number 2. Representing Germany, Florian Unruh. The line judge for this match is Clement Cesar.
So here we go. It's a bit of a similar story actually to the previous quarterfinal, with an experience of Jeff Henkels of Luxembourg, who's been to the Olympic Games, down at rank number 44 in the world, going up against burgeoning talent of Florian Unruh, ranked 21 in the world. Luxembourg versus Germany. It's time to find out who is going to face Jean-Charles Valadon in the semi-finals here in Turkey.
auf 2.
Größte Luft und hat der Lenker relativ schwach, scheinbar.
Advantage already with the German. See that sort of kisser on his nose there, an indication of his anchor point.
Eight. Ten.
Well out of reach, and well, curious there. Lots of changes on the site from Jeff Henkels, just shooting a 25 against Unruh, who's on form at 29. The German leading by 2 set points to 0. A real contrast on the shooting line here.
Yeah, Florian straight into it, wasn't he? Dialed in, straight into the gold, and Jeff just taking a little bit longer, and probably still not quite sure where his sight needs to be to get him into those 10s.
Just didn't look at all comfortable, did he?
Just so much pressure on their shoulders, isn't it? Just to win this match is a quota spot for your country for the Olympic Games, so yeah, I guess they're not too comfortable out there.
Germans doing pretty well at the moment in the current Olympic. Normally call it a quadrennial, but a quintennial I think it is this time round. But Luxembourg's not a country you see on the podium very often.
True, like you say, Jeff has made it to the Olympics twice before, Athens and London. So you know, can he draw on that experience and get himself back there for a third time?
Well, Florian Unruh going with form at the moment, and leading by 2 set points to 0. It will be Jeff Henkels of Luxembourg to shoot first in set number 2. Great shot from two-time Olympian.
10, 9, 8, 7.
9.
Showing a bit of signs of pressure there with the countdown, perhaps.
Yeah, they just get their 20 seconds to shoot the arrow. Often they will shoot into that last 10 seconds of it, and the coach just counting him down, letting him know where he is in that time. Didn't look much of a good shot, but good enough to get into the gold.
Eight, 9 liner.
So, opportunity to fight straight back for Jeff Henkels of Luxembourg. Oh, brilliant stuff from him. Absolutely superb when things were looking a little awry in the first set. He's pulled it all back together just like that. Unruh will be happy with a 10 to finish there and shooting a 28 following his 29 in the first set. So Florian Unruh is still shooting well, but the response from Henkels will give him bags of confidence.
Yeah, it was a great response, wasn't it? He just couldn't find the gold in the first set there, Jeff, but really dialed in now, and I think we've got a match on our hands, 2 apiece.
Yeah, and again, we've got a situation where with 2 French archers through the quarterfinals, with only 1 place available per country, we will be in a count-back situation. At the moment, Ziga Ravnica of Slovenia, by my calculations, is leading that race, but a 6-4 loss from either of these 2 archers puts them in contention, as long as they get a better overall score. And of course 6-5, if this is forced into a shoot-off, well, even better for the other archer. So, set number 3, Henkels has pulled it all back together. Unruh will shoot first.
8 or 9.
Die Luft voor links, ganz wenig, ja? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Goed, ja.
9.
Kop aan 1,5 op 3 jaar.
Nine.
Dan komen de bussen mee loopt voor links handeloos, hè?
They were neck and neck and just right into the 6 there. Is that going to be enough to lose the set for him?
Yeah. Intriguing 3rd set. Up and down for Henkels. A little bit of tightness there from Unruh, but finishing with a 26, potentially being marked up to a 27, and that is more than enough because Henkels can only get a 24 in the end. So again, the pendulum swings in favour of the German, and he goes 4-2 up. Very interesting first arrow from Unruh as well. I'm not sure whether we'll get a replay of it, but it looked like there was something in the... He hit something in the target perhaps on his first arrow.
Yeah, there might have been something on the target face. I don't know, these targets are made of foam, so sometimes it might be a little bit of the foam that's come off the arrows as they're pulled out. Perhaps resting on the target face and then was moved as that arrow hit the target, but yeah, replay, not entirely sure.
We didn't get it there, but certainly the German has struck back in the lead.
4-2 lead for the German archer, and Jeff Henkels starts into the 4th set.
So Henkels up and down continues here. If it continues into the 4th set, it will be an up for him and he'll be able to draw level. That's what he needs, really. Both of these archers looking for scores as well as the win. Win obviously confirms a quota place for their country, a loss doesn't completely rule them out. And they, in some respects, they have the security of knowing that now.
Yeah, it's not all just about win-lose. You've got to shoot the best you can on each and every arrow.
So set number 4.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Jeff with the 9-10 liner.
On the line, marked for a measure there. Very good. Very good indeed from Florian Unruh.
Unbelievable accuracy as these archers. Can you see these arrows on the tip of that clicker? Literally millimetres in it. Each time they drop the same length. Beautiful.
What a response, and what a fast arrow from Henkels. But look at that, a 28, and it's still there for Florian Unruh to win it. He goes into the 9, gets a 29, and that will do it for him. 6 set points, 2-2, subject to a measure on the first arrow from Jeff Henkels. How important is that measure, Nikki?
Really important. So yeah, down to just millimetres again. Whether that arrow is called in or out, the judge will be there with a magnifying glass to make that call. And if any part of that arrow is touching the line, it will be the higher score.
Well, critical really, because if Henkels goes down 6-2, I don't think he's going to get the countback spot, and that will go to Ravnica, Slovenia. So critical even if he loses. It was upgraded. Good call, Nicky Hunt. A 29 plays 29. And how important is that score going to be for Jeff Henkels? It keeps him not only in the match at 5-3 down, but it's one more point that may well go towards what he needs should he lose it. Equally, it's important for Unruh to stay focused here, because this isn't done now, and he's got to get himself back into the groove to win the match. We go into the 5th set. Is this going to go all the way to a shoot-off? So a measure working in favour of Jeff Henkels, the 36-year-old from Luxembourg. And look at what confidence that kind of score or change of score gives you. Straight into the 10 and very confident looking Jeff Henkels. Super reply there. It looks like Florian Unruh has already managed to settle his nerves.
Oh, incredible shooting. What a nail biter this is. Can it go to the final set?
Henkels doing just enough to put pressure on his opponent, but look at the response.
Oh, just trading 10s. Gotta get this one in.
This is so important for both of these archers. Oh, he's pulled that one. He's had to do a bit of bow quando and pull it over, but a 27 is perhaps not enough. Unruh drops it into the 9 for a win there, 29-27. A warm hug from his coach. It came down to a final arrow there for Jeff Henkel's drifting away, perhaps just lost his focus, lost his concentration in the end. Florian Unruh held on to his after a measure, kept his opponent in the match. It's Florian Unruh of Germany who's moved into the semi-finals, where he'll face Jean-Charles Valentin, but more importantly, who's booked a quota spot for Germany.
That last arrow there of Jeff Henkel's, you could just see some tension appear in one of his eyes as he was aiming, and I think, you know, he just kind of knew from that point that arrow was going to go off and not be a good one for him. The pressure just got to him there. But I love that phrase, Bo Quando. I think that's potentially a new phrase there for a bit of steerage, trying to get it back in the middle.
You know what? I would absolutely love to stake a claim on that. I really would. But I do know the next time I see Mackenzie Brown, she will kick me. She's much bigger than me, much taller than me, I should say. She would. I stole that from her, I have to say.
Mackenzie, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Bo Quando. I did exactly the same as you and just went, what did you just say? But it's the way that she described it is, you know, she's really trying to whip that arm out as you do in Taekwondo. So really good phrase. But look, Florian Unruh through for Germany, and he has joined Turkey and France. And it does mean, of course, that another 7-3 loss from Henkels, who lost to Florian Unruh, same as Vekmuller lost to Valentin, means that Ziga Ravnica of Slovenia, who lost 6-4, will take the countback spot, the banked Olympic qualification spot for Slovenia. What an incredible performance from the world number 134. He didn't cause an upset on the shooting line, but he's definitely caused an upset off it.
Yeah, he shot so well through that match to take 4 points in the match. Absolutely fantastic, and he's obviously confirmed his place, but we're still to play for now because we've got 2 Frenchmen through, and we've got to find out which one of those is going to get furthest through this tournament still and probably take the spot for their country.
Yeah, that is the story as we continue on. Gazos on great form will go up against Shiro of France, Turkey versus France in the first semi-final, and the other Frenchman, Valentin, will go up against Germany's Unruh in the second semi-final. Bragging rights, of course, at stake here. They always want to win at an international tournament, especially in this most peculiar of 18 months that we've had. Any win on the international stage is great preparation for the Olympic Games. Not long to wait, though, as the judge and the coaches are already making their way out to the shooting line. It's time for the men's semi-final here at the Continental Quota Tournament in the beautiful city of Antalya in Turkey.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to welcome the athletes to the field for this.
So here we go, semi-final number 1 in the Continental Quota Tournament for recurve men. Mete Gazos of Turkey leads out his opponent, Thomas Shiro of France.
On target number 1, representing Turkey, Mete Gazos. On target number 2, representing France, Thomas Shiro. The line judge for this match is Catalina Control. Shooting first is target number 1.
Well, here we go, semi-final number 1. It's bragging rights at stake for sure for these athletes, but particular importance to Thomas Shiro on target number 2, who is through to the semi-finals along with his teammate Jean-Charles Valentin, who is in the other semi-final. And both of those archers will want to do better than the other. But shooting first in this semi-final is Turkey's very own Mete Gazos. He's just 21 years old, and he is the world number 2. First arrow drifting off. The sighter is an 8. Staying pretty cool there, Gazos. He's already shone out on this field in the quarterfinals. Also 8, so I wonder if that wind is there playing its part. Both going in the same direction, left and low.
It may be that the wind is lulled, and so that's why it's pushed them that way. Trading equal points again, neither finding the 10.
So you think the wind has dropped down? It does look like the flags are not moving quite so much. They've made an adjustment, and now these arrows, the next arrows will be the best. And another 9 from Gazos, a low score compared to his first quarter-final, where his lowest point score was a 27 in that quarter-final. Opportunity for Shiro straight away, but he's matched him as well. So 26 apiece. Do you think it is this time, not because it's got windy, but because it's stopped being gusty, that it's had the effect?
Yes, if you've changed your sight, you made an adjustment for that wind, and now it's died off, that could then send you the opposite direction. So both archers seem to be a bit affected there, but it's just such an interesting dynamic, this match, because for Mete, he stood on his home soil in front of delegates of his home country, and he wants to impress. You know, he still wants to win this. He's got his spot, but I'm sure he wants to go ahead and win the whole tournament. But for Thomas here, he has to go and win. Like, you know, we've got Jean-Charles Valadon in the next semi-final, and Thomas needs to go out there and show his federation that he's the best. So, you know, it's a fantastic mix here.
Yeah, it certainly is, and especially seeing as we're going to Paris, France for the next stage of the Hyundai Archery World Cup. In fact, the final stage, only 3 stages in Olympic year, but it will also combine the final Olympic qualification tournament for teams, and France haven't qualified as a men's team. So not only will Shiro and Valdor going up against each other here, it's likely that they're going to be teamed together in Paris and having to fight with each other against a common enemy. Gazos in a tournament that hasn't been very favourable to the Turkish archers will shoot first in the second set, and back into the 9s for him.
Yeah, archery is a funny one because it's such an individual sport, but then the team round, you know, you don't actually win so many matches to actually get a medal, so it's hugely important to work together as a team as well. So it's a really interesting dynamic within a country.
So the opportunity for Gazos is there to get 29, but he drops the points, and now the opportunity switched over to Shiro, a 10 here, and he goes into the lead. Oh, when the opportunity came, Thomas Shiro, as he's done earlier in this competition, takes it 29 to 28. Crucially, it's Shiro who takes the points, but actually overall when you look at it, the standard has just jumped up in the second set. They took a set to find their way, and now they're right in there, Nikki.
Yeah, as I said, both for their own reasons, they both want to come here and win this match, so it's going to be really interesting. There's not much between them. Trade in 10s and 9s now. Now biter.
Yeah, it really is. And interesting what you're saying about the fact that it's a curious sport in that these athletes are having to compete against each other right now, and they will be potentially teaming up. I mean, both of these athletes will be teaming up with their teammates who they've been against here and working together as a unit. I mean, are there any other Olympic sports where that happens?
I think maybe in fencing.
Oh, good. Yeah, very good. It is. Yeah, I think they do. They do fight against each other in fencing and then team together. So trailing now, Gazos straight into the 10. Tens for both of them at the start of this one. Gazos. Right back in the centre, Nikki.
2 X's, doesn't get any better than that. Can he match it?
A bit of shaking there.
I think the pressure got to him. Out to the right, maybe a little soft shot to send it right.
So this not only to get right back in the match, but on for a perfect 30. Easy, easy for him. A perfect score on request to draw level with Thomas Shiro.
9-27.
And crucially, again, another turning point in this match. Nikki, you said it, the nerves. What is it that you're seeing? I mean, look, they're all under huge amounts of pressure, but I'm going to be honest with you. I was about to say, look how calm Shiro looks. He looked absolutely fine until he started to draw.
Yeah, there's just some tension there, obviously, but you know, for him, this is still him fighting for his Olympic spot. He's got to get through and be better than Jean-Charles Valadon in the next semi-final. So much pressure. I can't tell you, you know, the Olympic Games is the pinnacle of this sport. To be there is just the dream of these archers. So it just means so much, and that does bring with it some pressure. And you've just got to try and stick to your game plan, keep moving, keep that bubble around you, and make sure people can't tell you're under pressure. But ultimately, this is the biggest prize.
Yeah, you got to dig deep, pull out all the stops. Old square now. After a perfect 30 from Mete Gajos in the third, he'll shoot first in the fourth.
10.
And another 10, that is 5 10s in the last 6 arrows from Gajos.
9.
Not showing any pressure on his face, Thomas Shiro, but certainly feeling it, and the scoreline starting to show it.
10.
Gazos just showing, you know, how good he is, world number 2.
Perhaps an over-adjustment there?
Possibly, yeah, there wasn't much wrong with it, was there?
Gazos looking so comfortable here. Just missing out on a consecutive 30, and has put this clearly out of reach and has come from 3-1 behind to lead by 5 set points to 3. Good solid finish from Thomas Shiro to get a 28, and he's moving back up in terms of his own personal score, but this one's really swung around in the last 2 sets. A 30 and a 29 from Mete Gajos has put him in a commanding position. We've got one more set to go, regulation time. Is there another twist in this tower, or has Gazos broken the back of this one?
He's just looking so strong, isn't he? 28, 30, 29. So the momentum is with him. There's so much pressure on Shiro, so to see if he can get back into it. You can see a bit of K-tape on the back of his neck there. So he's obviously getting a bit of physio support as well.
Something you know a little bit about as a practicing physio? Nikki had a little look at my dodgy knee earlier on. You know what she said? You're just getting old, Karen. You're just getting old. But she does know her stuff, clearly, because I don't know. I didn't know it was called K-tape. But yeah, he's actually worn that for the whole of this season. I've seen it when I've seen him shooting. He's been wearing that little bit of support. Clearly, he's going to need everything he's got here. Trailing by 5 set points to 3. Gets us underway, and that's a beautiful start. A 10 here, and remember, he's going to be looking over his shoulder at the next semi-final, because Shiro, whilst not out of this, if he does go out, he's going to be looking at whether Valadon can supersede Unru in the second semi-final. Gazos matches that 10 with one of his own.
Unbelievable. The pressure this guy is under, and 2 X's. Fantastic. Adjustment. I think he's clipped the 10 there, but do you see that adjustment? He already knew it was going to go left, and he did a bit of bow kondo to try and bring it across, which worked.
Copyright Mackenzie Brown. Oh, brilliant 30 when he needed it from Tomas Shiro. So he's got himself right back into this. 5 set points apiece, potentially, but it could be a perfect from Gazos here. Let's see. Oh, look at this. This measure is so important now. It's either 5-5, and we'll go to a shoot-off as the score line is showing, or Gazos has levelled up on scores and it's 6-4. Now, I think the Turkish coaches looked at this and he said, look, that second arrow from you, Mete, definitely a 10. You've taken this one and you're through to the final. What do you reckon, Nikki?
This is so tight and so cruel for Thomas. I mean, you know, the difference of this might mean him going to the Olympics or not right now. And oh, just absolute nail biter. The judges got to get in there, get their magnifying glass out, decide is it touching the line or not. If it is touching the line, it'll be the highest score. It is.
Oh, look at that. It has been marked up to a 10, and that means they both shot 30s in the final set. They share the set points, 1 each, so rather than it going to 5-5 to Shiro, it's a crushing thing to see the scores switch over from his point of view to 6-4 with Gazos going through. But what a great win for the home nation athlete in a competition where they've really struggled. And to be honest with you, it's a surprise that Turkey hadn't already booked their place at the Olympic Games. Gazos has done this here. Can he make it a trilogy or triple here and take the gold medal? We've really crammed in a lot of archery into this session. I'm afraid we couldn't crowbar in a shoot-off, but Gazos is through to the final.
Stay with us. We are close to the bronze and gold matches.
Well, there we go. Beautiful performance from Gazos here. We thought it was going to go to a shoot-off. Thomas Shiro, so close. Gracious in defeat, but you could see the disappointment in his face, actually. I mean, he doesn't give away too much. And look, you never want your teammate to fail, apart from perhaps right now.
Guy just shot 30 and got knocked out. I feel for him.
Time for semi-final number 2 here at this continental quota tournament for recurve men in Antalya, Turkey. Part of, or teamed up with, the European Championships. The semi-final to see who is going to face Mete Gazos in the final here in Turkey. Gazos' home soil. It's Valadon versus Unru.
Representing France, Jean-Charles Valadon. target number 2. Representing Germany, Florian Unruh. The line judge of this match is Shabat Tor. Shooting first on target number 2, Florian Unruh.
So here we go, the world number 21, Florian Unruh from Germany. Sorry, he's 27 years old, world ranked 21, will shoot first on target number 2, going up against Jean-Charles Valdon, the world number 26, who is 32 years old and with that experience has some Olympic pedigree as well. Valdon looked cool, calm and collected in his quarterfinal. Unruh has got a fight on his hands here and shoots first straight into the 10, and I think that will really settle Unruh's nerves. So drifting over into the 9, an opportunity perhaps for Valdon here. Has that Olympic experience already, has seen his teammate go out in the previous quarterfinal. We don't know for certain, but we think the French Archery Federation will be basing their selection for the quota spot they've won here on the result of this tournament. So we've seen that Shiro has not made it through to the gold medal match. He will come back out and shoot for the bronze. But if Valdon can make it through, oh, shooting an 8 there to draw level on points. But if Valdon can make it through, then he will almost certainly be going to the Olympic Games again. Nikki, why was there a fist pump there from Jean-Charles Valdon? He got 2 10s and then fist bumped the 8 at the end.
Yeah, I think it's important to come back and be positively coach. I think there was a bit of a release error on that last shot. He just saw that his hand didn't come back nicely behind his neck. But you've got to come back, you know, sometimes you get in the routine of a bit of a fist bump when you come back off the line, because it just keeps that positivity flowing, you know, end to end. Like I say, it's a set system, so you've got to go out there, wipe the slate clean again next time and do the best you can.
Yeah, sort of a mental cheat, if you like, a bit of a trick to kid yourself into a steady form, a steady positive mental attitude.
Yeah, you know, you've got to be positive. Whatever's just happened, it doesn't matter. That's gone now. So, you know, get over it and start on the next set, because, you know, that's the one that now matters.
Easier said than done. As we're all level here, 28 apiece. Big opportunity for Valdon, in all honesty, to steal the set points in the first, but all square going into the second, and it's Germany's Florian Unruh who'll shoot first again. Wind has settled off again here.
Great group, they're just all right. You know, he just needs to move them over, look at the holes on the previous end and get them across into the 10.
Oops.
I think that was another releaser, you know, look at his hand after release. Just something wasn't quite right about the follow through of it.
Well, 28 puts this one out of reach for the Frenchman. I'm wondering already whether we're going to have another bronze medal match between two teammates fighting for one Olympic spot. the nines, but curious. Nikki, just explain a little bit more about what you're talking about, the release error from Jean-Charles Valadon.
So that backhand, fingers on the string, the archer there is pushing and pulling, pushing and pulling until that clicker drops. And we normally see that lovely follow through. So like in golf, you see that big swing through. In archery, we see a follow through where the fingers go around the back of the neck. And I didn't see the same thing happen on those arrows. Some of them looked like that hand made a different movement. It wasn't as clean, going around the back of the neck. So I think something there was happening, and pressure just getting to him perhaps, and just not executing that arrow as well as he could. So watch these fingers coming back. That's quite nice around the back of the neck. And are we going to see a difference in another one? Watch out for that.
Yeah, interesting. This tiny, finite, these minute movements you see. Need an expert like Nikki watching to point them out. The tiny little movements on the fingers as you're drawing the bow. You can even see, slight tells on the facial expression as well. But those intricate details of where the hand finishes, you really need an expert eye. Jean-Charles Valadon trailing by 3 set points to 1 in the third set. Really needs to get back on terms here against Florian Unruh, who is the model of consistency. Great response from the Frenchman to start this third set with a 10. Well, into the nines, and it does look again like the wind has picked right up, having dropped off.
So the fingers there, we didn't see them disappear behind the neck. The one before we did. So just little differences.
So that consistency, not quite there for Valadon, but still a good score from him, matched by Unruh now after 2 arrows from each of them in this set.
Watch those fingers again. Again, a little bit of a slowness to it, wasn't there? It wasn't smooth and fast, but it was good enough.
Yeah, 10 for a 29, so 10's required here from Unruh to share the points. Very quick from Florian Unruh this time, and he gets a 27, and just like that, we are all square again. Look, I'm now starting to see what you said about the hand here, and it definitely had two movements there. It's not quite smooth, a bit of staccato in the but the arrow. Do you explain why that makes a difference? Because the arrow's already gone at that point.
It has, but it depends on how that arrow was built up. So if you've got really good back tension, you've got power through the front and the back of the shot, and you get this lovely kind of relaxation of the fingers, you get a lovely follow through. But if the power's not quite right, the balance of the shot's not quite right, you've got this sort of slowness to the release and follow through. So it's built up through the shot, if that makes sense.
It does. So effectively, if you see it all nice and relaxed afterwards, the release has been nice and relaxed and spot on. If you see the jerk, then perhaps the release has not been as clean.
Yeah, he might have come off his back tension, might have been a little bit more army, so using his back arm more than his back muscles, and that was why there was a difference.
Brilliant description there. All square here. Valadon's battling in this one. He's managing to stay in touch with Florian Unruh. Unruh, though, is something special at the moment, and he does have a huge amount of composure as well. Well, signs potentially of opportunities here for Valadon. Not only was that a 9, that was about as close to it not being a 9 as you can possibly get.
That was a little bit further away, but still a 9, so I think he heard you there, and just there's a bit of a competition on it, I think.
Yes, see how close we can get to not scoring a 9. It's measured it as an 8 for a measure here for Valadon, but Nicky thinks it's a 9, and Unruh's followed it up with an 8 of his own. Now, is that the wind playing its part? And he said it picked up.
It might be the wind, but another X there from him, so not affecting him too much.
You can see how changeable it is. And the flags here, the shooting end of the range, not moving at all. Slightly grey skies, and I think that there is a change of conditions down the range. We are seeing stillness at the shooting line, and somewhere along the range, there's 70 meters, there is a gust that's affecting things. 7 for a measure, another 10 from Valandon. And look, I think the wind is playing a part in this one. It doesn't really matter what happens to the score there. A 28, potentially 29 from Valandon is more than enough. And the maximum of 25 that Unruh can score. And Valandon has surprisingly come from 3-1 down to lead by 5 set points to 3. Nikki, you talked about this range being notorious for weather conditions being a factor. It looks like that's played a part in the last 2 sets.
Yeah, they're not far from the sea at all, so you know the changes in the wind can happen quite quickly, and it literally can change direction to the opposite direction. So the archers have really got to be on top of this. There's lots of wind indicators around the venue here. Those feather flags, the wind socks. So they've got to be looking at the conditions and what's happening.
They certainly have. Valandon has battled his own demons here, and now is showing that he's a bit more in control of things when the conditions are changeable in terms of the wind. Technique is being battled through. I mean, what a number of hurdles he's jumping through in order to give himself a shot at Olympic qualification for the French team. 5-3 up now, Valandon. And it will be Florian Unruh, whose resolve is going to be tested now as he shoots first in set number 5.
5-3 lead for Jean-Charles Valandon. And we're going into the 5th set. Florian shoots first on target number 2.
So confirmation that the points did go to Valandon. Florian Unruh of Germany has booked a quota spot, which he is more than likely to take for the Germans. In fact, I would put my hat on it. And he is now going to shoot to stay in the match.
So many arrows to the right. So many. He's got to do something about that. Get them over.
I think you can actually see the battle that Jean-Charles Valandon is going through, and it's a battle that he's winning at the moment. He's struggling with his own technique. He's been given a bit of a lifeline with Unruh struggling with the wind. He's been given an opportunity on these arrows here, albeit 9s. You can improve on that. He's certainly matched it, and that's all he needs to do to win this match and take a place in the final against Mete Gazos. Something you would not have imagined 2 sets ago. A 27 for Florian Unruh. An opportunity here for Valandon not only to make the final here, but we think snatch the qualification spot for the French team. Well, a big intake, a big gasp of air there from Nicky, but it's a 29 from Jean-Charles Valandon. He takes the match, 7 set points to 3. Well, to be honest with you, we thought he was all at sea and going out of the competition. In fact, going on to face his teammate Thomas Giraud in a bronze medal playoff that probably would have picked the French team. But Valandon said, no, I'm not settling for that. He's come right back out from 5-1 down to, from 3-1 down to take the match, and he will go into the final. Unruh will be scratching his head. He's going into a bronze medal match against Valandon's teammate Thomas Giraud.
Wow, who needs a follow through? I mean, it was still a 9. But did you see where his hand finished there on his neck? He didn't get all the way around. It was, it was a fight. You could see the fight in him, but it was enough. And wow, what a match that was.
Yeah, sometimes, the journey is just as important as the destination. Battling his way through to make it to the final here in Antalya, up against a home favourite. You've got to think that if he's got a little bit of time to battle those demons in the break, he might be a bit of a contender for Gazos here in the final.
Well, I think the pressure's probably been broken now. You know, he's made it further than his teammate, so he's more than likely he's going to take that spot. So I think the pressure will be off, and we're going to see even better from him.
And Florian Unruh, what are you thinking is going through his head at the moment? I'm pretty sure that he thought he had that one in the bag.
There were points where it looked like he did, but yeah, just not quite enough to defeat Jean-Charles Valadon.
Well, 2 more matches to go here on this jam-packed day of archery at the Continental Qualification Tournament. It's a tournament that has offered 4 places for individual men and 4 individual women. 8 places up for grabs in the women's side of the draw. Spain, France, Turkey and Slovakia won those qualification quota spots. On the men's side of the draw, it's Turkey, France, Germany and Slovenia who have taken the qualification spots. And let's have a look at where we are at in the men's competition. Mete Gazos coming through the top of the order, beating Sarakovsky and Shirao, and it is Jean-Charles Valadon who's come through the bottom of the order, beating Weckmuller and Unruh, the scourge of the Germans. Clearly the bronze medal match coming up first, or coming up next, is Thomas Shirao of Germany against Florian Unruh of Germany. Did I say Florian Unruh of Germany and Thomas Shirao of Germany? I meant to say France, of course. France versus Germany in the bronze medal match, and here come the coaches and the judges. Well, here they come, time for the bronze medal match here. Thomas Shirao of France, who had his own little battle in the semi-finals against Mete Gazos, and so had to pick himself up. The 23-year-old world number 9 is going to be facing.
On target number 1.
I tell you, that's not Florian Unruh.
Representing France.
It certainly is Florian Unruh, I should say. Florian Unruh, the world number 21, 27 years old, from Germany. He thought he was through, and Unruh got undone really by Valadon in that semi-final, and he's had really no time to recover, Nikki.
No, straight back into the venue to shoot again. You know, he's booked his place anyway, so it'd be interesting to see really how Thomas is going to shoot through this. So, you know, has he still got something to prove, or has it all gone?
Yeah, that's what you know. It didn't look like him where he was so calm in that quarter-final, and then he was miles ahead. I think maybe just lost his focus in the semi-finals. So, are we going to see a refocused Unruh? Well, are we going to see a refocused Shirao? I guess we're about to find out. Straight into the 10 from the German. I'm wondering if there's going to be a bit of anger in here from either of these archers as well. Both shooting into the centre, not bad sighters. Do you know what I mean as well, Nikki? They've come out thinking that they really should have done better in the semi-finals, and sort of angry with themselves and determined to do better.
Yeah, I think Florian came here with a job to do, to win a spot for his country, and he's done that. So I think he'll be pretty happy regardless of the result. But for Thomas, I mean, he's probably lost his spot. But you know, does he want to come out here and show his federation? Well, you know, I should still be considered. You know, and what happens again in Paris is going to be important at the World Cup stage in 2 weeks' time.
That is a very good point, isn't it? That 29 putting that one out of reach, and Unruh will take the first 2 set points. But that is a very good point that these guys, yes, this is the last chance for individual qualification. Unruh's done the job and made it far enough into the competition. Weckmuller possibly is a contender. He's higher ranked in the world, that's for sure. But there is that golden opportunity in 2 weeks' time for the teams. And, you know, is it a surprise that either of France and Germany in men's recurve haven't already qualified a team?
Well, Germany in their form of their life, aren't they? You know, last World Cup we saw them take another gold medal as the team, and you know, they're certainly the team on form. So yeah, I think they're the ones to beat, and I can't wait to watch them in Paris.
Going to be interesting to see what happens. And Shiro there getting a really good he doesn't give away too much. He looks very stoic. It's almost, there's no emotion there at all.
Yeah, and that's a good way to be. You know, don't show your opponents what's going on. If you can really play that poker face and, you know, stick in your own game plan and your own bubble, I think that's a good way to play it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes you don't necessarily see emotion, but you'll see some form of determination or you know, absolute focus. With Shiro, it's almost like there's just nothing there at all. You can't read anything. He leads by 2 set points to 0. Sorry, trails by 2 set points to 0. Still not giving anything away here. Shooting first in the second set. I just can't tell what's going on there, apart from it's dropped out into the 8s. We're here to pick out and analyse the technique. Is there anything that would have given that one away as an 8?
That first shot, I just don't think there was quite the balance in the front to back arms. There was a little movement. That was a little bit better. 9. So again, it's down to balance. It's down to back tension. You know, how you're holding the bow across your shoulders and trying to get a really equal balance front and back.
You can see a clear difference in the technique, and perhaps Nikki, you can explain what the importance of this. Front arm here from Shiro clearly bent, and he pushes it open as he releases the arrow, this push-pull that you talked about, whereas when you look at Unruh, the arm looks straight at that point before he's even got to the release. Perfect 30 from Unruh. Is he going to do this one in 9 arrows?
So yeah, most archers would have a straight front arm, and to get that sort of push, and I say that in inverted commas because you can't really push the bow unless you have got a bent elbow and you do sort of extend it and push it forwards, but mostly the push comes from the back, so it's actually a tiny movement of the shoulder blade almost moving forward. If you want to get really technical, perhaps a serratus anterior muscle which is engaging and sort of pushing the forces through the front of the bow, and that is important. I think a lot of people think of archery that you just pull the bow back and all the power's in that string hand, but actually when they come into anchor they transfer that power onto the back so the arm doesn't do too much, and then from the back through the front arm and towards the target.
There you go, pushing from the shoulder. The
serratus anterior.
There you go, you've heard it here twice.
It's a muscle underneath the shoulder blades, between your shoulder blade and your ribs basically. Get you've got latissimus dorsi, which is like engaging the front of the shoulder as well, pulling it down almost. But then serratus anterior sort of gives you that push, and it's I really do say that in inverted commas, about 2 millimeters.
There you go. Expert archery and well, bit of physiology there as well, thrown in to boot. Thomas Shiro needs to find a way back into this match quick, because Florian Unruh is shooting angry at having lost his semi-final. He wants the bronze medal. You can't ask for more from the chasing Thomas Shiro, though. Marked as a 9 for a measure. Sterling also called it a 10. Now this is what's been happening throughout this session. We see someone in a commanding position, and the wind behind them, metaphorically speaking, and then everything goes to pot. What on earth is going on here?
Yeah, I think 4-0 up sometimes, the anticipation the mind wanders. Can I win this match? Sometimes that gets in the way. You've really got to stay in the present, shoot your normal shots.
Yeah, a bit of emotion being shown on the face of Florian Unruh there for the first time. Well, that fed up. Good response from Shiro. He's got a 28 here. It can only be marked up to a 29. So he's going to take these set points here. Good recovery though from Unruh. Finishes with a 26, not his best score in the match, but I think he'll just take that one on the chin. And as you were saying, Nicky, the great thing about the set system is you can just get rid of those last 3 hours and move straight on to the next one. But why did we see an 8 after nothing outside of the gold from Unruh?
Was his mind wandering? Was he thinking, oh, actually, you know, I can clean this up in 3 sets and off we go? It's difficult to say. They didn't look too much different with that shot. The wind conditions look like they're fairly steady at the moment, certainly from this end of the field. But yeah, sometimes that mind wanders. And going there is there, so tiny error maybe.
Good
conversation with his coach there. So the coach is there for not only there for technical advice but also for moral support and clearly carrying the oranges as well. Hydration there for Unruh. So still leading this one 4 set points to 2. So you can see the wind has dropped off again here. It astonishes me. I mean, that big stadium as well in the background must play a part in how the wind swirls around this field. Shiro, though, trailing by 4 set points to 2 in this bronze medal match. Fighting the demons, knowing that Valdon, his teammate, is in the gold medal match and has probably nicked the French spot that between the pair of them they qualified.
10.
Look at that, back in the 10s. It's just a mystery to me how this game changes so quickly.
That's the beauty of it. Keeps you on your toes. Each and every set is important. You've got to go out there and win it.
9.
Opportunity for some pressure to be put on with a 10.
9.
Put it into the 9. So here, first chance for Unruh to take the win and the bronze medal here in this qualification tournament. And he gets the 10. It's a 29. A little bit of a wobble in the third with a 26. But Florian Unruh, who was a different Florian Unruh in the semi-finals, has come back out for the bronze medal match and taken it 6 set points to 2. We wondered whether he'd be able to find his way back, and a little bit of anger has brought him right back into the medals here. Because it's strange to say the medals. He's finished 3rd. This is called a bronze medal playoff, but they're not actually handing out the medals for 1st, 2nd and 3rd. They're actually handing out medals and celebrations of qualification for the Olympic Games. Of course, the 2 overlap, but it's Unruh who will be on the 3rd step of the podium. It's intriguing. I mean, it's a long session of archery for everyone involved, judges, athletes and coaches. Is that starting to play its part as we get to the tail end of the men's competition, that, you know, with the pressure, with the fact these guys perhaps aren't as highly tuned as they would be for obvious reasons, is that why we're starting to see some erratic scoring?
I think it's certainly a roller coaster of emotions. With Thomas Shiro, we saw him, the elation of getting through the first match, and again sort of starting to win the first qualification spot, but then his teammate did the same, and then, you know, that flattened again and he had to come back and try and win it again. So yeah, I think that kind of emotion is really, really tiring through matches. And like we say, these guys haven't had a normal lead up to this year.
Time for the gold medal match qualification tournament in Antalya, Turkey. World number 2, Mete Gazos from Turkey takes on the world number 26, Valadon of France.
Representing Turkey, Mete Gazos. On target number 2, representing France, the line judge for this match is Clement Cesar.
Well, here we go. This is the last match of this continental qualification tournament. It's the recurve men's gold final. 21-year-old Turkish archer on target number 1 will shoot first, and that is Mete Gazos. He is the world number 2. Goes up against a 32-year-old Frenchman on target number 2, Jean-Charles Valadon, who is the world number 26. Gazos has been calmness personified throughout this tournament. Jean-Charles Valadon has battled the demons to get himself to this final, but they're both here and they're both looking for 6 set points.
9.
Great response from Valadon. Good start from him.
Yeah, I think the main pressure for both these archers has gone. They've both gained spots for their countries. But who's going to win? Who wants it more now?
8 or 9.
Well, marked as an 8 for a measure. Now this can be put out of reach with a 10 potentially. Right now, Valadon needs a 10 here, and then needs the measure to go in his favour. Nikki, did you get a feel for that 8? Is it an 8 or is it a 9?
I think it's probably an 8. That'll be my call.
All immaterial now. 29 from Mete Gazos cannot be reached by Jean-Charles Valadon, even if the arrow is promoted from an 8 to a 9. So the first 2 set points to him. Quick shooting, calm, no drama. World number 2, Mete Gazos looking in control.
Yeah, he's a great archer, isn't he? And he's come back really, really strong here. I think he struggled a little bit getting back into it this year, but you know, he's still on that stage, improved his spot, and brought it home for Turkey.
Certainly has. And look at those flags at the end on the left-hand side of the range. Just both drooped down now, not really blowing around. So that's nothing that can be predicted here on this range. It's the winds change from arrow to arrow. But at the moment, it's looking favourable for these archers to be shooting some high scores. Valadon has had his battles. Nicky's been talking about the release and where the hand goes on the release. He's battled with that. He knows what's going on as a former Olympian. He'll shoot first. Can he battle the demons and get himself back into this one?
9.
That was better. He knew it. The first one was a little bit slow again, sort of a 2-part release, I'm going to call it. That one he knew was better. Okay, they both went low right, so maybe now he's adjusted his sight.
Yükselmeden. Eline sağlık. İyi bitirdin ama çıkarmadan önce biraz yükseldi. Yükselmeyelim, olur mu?
Allez. Encore. 5. 4. Encore.
9.
Well, a grouping for a 27, not bad. So he probably does need to adjust his sight. But some wiggle room here for Gajos, and 9 is enough to go 4-0 up.
10.
A 9's not enough for Mete Gajos. Another 29 for him, 2 in a row, and he's 4 set points to 0 up. Look, it's very easy to get sucked into the fact that you just expect these guys to shoot high scores. We really mustn't, because Gajos is making this look very, very easy. I'm not talking about the match, I'm talking about the process of shooting 2 consecutive 29s. But it is miraculous. It's the highest level of sportsmanship.
Yeah, 70 metres, that 10's the size of a CD, but he's standing there on home soil, he's comfortable, he's won his spot, he's done his job today, the weather conditions are perfect now. Why not shoot 10 every time? He can do it, we know he can. So he's just showing the world how good he is.
But I think the part of the key for me is that, look, clearly they're all athletes, but it's the mental discipline to go through that routine. And yes, I take all the caveats, the job's done today, the weather's good and all that kind of stuff, but this is still a gold medal match. He's still up against a former Olympian. He's not been to the Olympics himself. He's on the rise. He's the world number 2. He's, you know, it is incredible mental discipline to go through that process so consistently, as we've seen from the more experienced Valadon, who's struggling and battling with his process. We go into the 3rd set, and Jean-Charles Valadon sees himself 4-0 down. Don't write him off just yet, though.
9.
Not the prettiest of shots, are they? His release is sort of ending halfway through his neck at the moment. He knows it, and he's just got to try and make them, you know, better, powerful, and keep his back tension.
9.
Tell you what, if you're shooting badly and you get a silver medal in Tokyo, he's not going to be that bothered, I don't think.
Better. Did you see the flow of that one? It went around the neck better. X. But it's just a ticking time bomb. If you're not shooting well like that, you know that it could go really badly.
Yeah.
So mentally, it's not a good place to be, and you want to shoot good shots.
And that's why this mental fortitude from Gajos is so impressive. He has not missed the yellow in this match. He has been quite phenomenal. Pressure here. Valadon needs a good arrow. Into the 9s. Actually not bad shooting at all, especially where he's going. But look, an opportunity for Mete Gajos to do this in 9 arrows. Needs a 10.
10 to win.
Gets the 10 he needs, and he's done it in style here on home soil. Nicky Hunt, you said he's doing this in front of his delegation. He's doing this in front of the dignitaries here at a very, very famous site for archery, especially in Turkey. He's done it in 9 arrows. Superb performance.
What better time to show the world you're on form and you're the best? You know, 49 days to go to the Olympics. His trademark win sign there, and yeah, what confidence he's going to take from this.
Yeah, brilliant. He hasn't really showed any emotion at all until that special sign that he does that all I've seen before. It's great to see it back again. It's actually great, despite having the mental turmoil that Jean-Charles Valadon must have gone through. It was great to see him battle through that and get to the final. And we're pretty sure now that he's actually snatched that French place as well from the rising star Thomas Giraud, who's going to have to wait, okay, not 4 years, but 3 years to have another shot at the Olympic Games and on home soil.
Yeah, just showing his experience, and you know, some archers have issues and they work through them, and you know, he's a world-class competitor. He's a silver Olympic medalist, and you know, he's probably now just booked his ticket to go back and have another go.
Yeah, fabulous to watch a professional who's clearly not fully in sync battle his way through a real gritty performance, and even able to afford himself a smile I think that's a bit of a hint that maybe he has nicked that space from the heartbroken Thomas Giraud. But Mete Gazos today has been a phenomenon. So cool, so calm, so collected. If he can do that in just a few weeks' time in Tokyo, he is going to be a contender. Let's see what he has to say.
Tekrar tebrik ederim.
Teşekkürler.
Altın madalya kazandın ama daha önemlisi Tokyo'ya gidiyorsun. Olimpiyatlardan önce altın kazanmak nasıl bir histi?
Yani çok mutluyum. Tabii dediğim gibi yani 49 gün var. Ve bu kadar yakın az zaman kalmışken altın madalya kazanmak hem de kota yarışmasında altın madalya kazanmak çok önemliydi benim için. Ve bunu sonunda başardım. Çok mutluyum. Bugün çok güzel geçti. Her şey süperdi.
Uzun bir gün oldu. Kotadan sonra rahatlayabilirdin ama sen altın için devam ettin. Ne seni motive etti?
Yani beni motive eden şey her zaman kazanmaya devam etmek. Her zaman kazanmak. İlk hedefim kotayı almaktı. Kotayı aldım ve rahatladım. Üstüme düşeni yaptım. Ondan sonra bunun peşine altın madalya almak yakışırdı bana. Altın madalyayı kazandım.
Çok uzun zamandır bu anı bekliyordum ve kazandın. Olimpiyatlara da çok az kaldı. Ne düşünüyorsun genel olarak?
Çok mutluyum. Her şey yoluna gidecek. Artık kota yarışması için değil, olimpiyatlarda madalya için çalışmalarımıza devam edebiliriz.
Tebrik ederim tekrardan.
Ben teşekkür ederim.
Well, I'd love to tell you what he said, but I've got no idea because I've got no Turkish and it's not similar to any of the languages that I might have a stab at. He did look pretty calm though, didn't he? He looked pretty, still pretty on a level, didn't it? No histrionics, no drama.
Yeah, you probably came here really expecting to win. You've got to almost have that mindset to get there. So,
Ladies and
yeah,
gentlemen, victory ceremony for the recompense continental qualification tournament for the Tokyo 2020.
So, to our medal ceremony, not your normal medal ceremony. Of course, we have got our three traditional gold, silver and bronze medalists at normal competitions, but they're not going to get gold, silver and bronze here. What they're going to get is a plaque to say, well done, you've qualified a quota place, not yourself, you've qualified a quota place for your country here at this qualifying tournament in Antalya. Brilliant, long but brilliant session of archery. That's the penultimate qualifier. I think the biggest surprise of the lot is the man who's picked up the 4th quota spot. As they announce the presentation party out here in Antalya. Like I say, it's the penultimate spot, and here is the biggest surprise of the day. He gave Thomas Giraud a bit of a battle in the quarterfinals, but he lost in the end. It's world number 134 from Slovenia, the 21-year-old Ziga Ravnica. Slovenia have a quota spot for Tokyo.
Representing Germany,
Florian Unruh, a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde performance here today. He was really great in the quarterfinals, had a massive wobble in the semis, and then came out and gave us his best in the bronze medal playoff. He's booked a spot for Germany. We think he may well have done enough to actually take it as well. A man that we're certain has taken the French spot is former Olympian Jean-Charles Valadon, the 32-year-old, will have another pop at Tokyo as far as we gather from French selectors. But the man of the day in a tournament on home soil that's been very difficult for the Turkish archers, Mete Gazos has shown us his very, very best again and has won the tournament and has booked Turkey a quota spot in the men's recurve decision.
Please give a warm round of applause for the Tokyo 2020 quota place winners.
Well, big celebrations all around. Just to remind you that for the men's recurve division on this qualification tournament, just a zonal qualification tournament for European archers, Turkey, France, Germany and Slovenia have picked up individual spots for their men. Women's qualification happened a little bit earlier on in this session, where Spain, France, Turkey and Slovakia booked the 4 spots available. That is European qualification done and dusted here. Time to go and dip their toes in the sea of the turquoise coast. It's been rather warm here in Antalya today. Let's have a look at how the men's finished up. Mete Gazos top of the pile, of course, from the battling Jean-Charles Valentin. Florian Unruh picking up the spot for Germany, which we think he will take. Finishing in 5th place, Ziga Ravnica of Slovenia claiming a spot for his country as well, and we suspect it might well be him that takes it. The wind now blowing consistently for the first time in the whole of today. As we take a look back, the final zonal qualification tournament here in Europe has seen some fantastic action. They're battling Jean-Charles Valentin up against Mete Gazos. One more chance to qualify in a couple of weeks' time for the teams in Paris. And it's not all done here in Antalya as we move on to the European Championships, coming to you live on Saturday and Sunday this weekend. Gazos with this trademark sign-off of a win, standing on top of the podium here in Antalya. That is continental qualification done and dusted. Nicky Hunt and I will be back, of course, for the remainder of the competition here in Antalya. Compound Saturday tomorrow, followed by recurve Sunday. Nicky, great tournament. Final words?
Fantastic action, and yeah, looking forward to the finals tomorrow.
Well, thanks to you, Nicky, and thanks to all of you for joining us. Join us tomorrow for the European Championships. Yeah.